come by you. We'll start with this. Kris Jenner revealed in a recent episode of The Kardashians she needed a pretty serious surgery. She had to get a hysterectomy to remove a tumor that was on her ovary.
Oh, that's pretty serious.
Yeah. The family handled the big news well, with Kim and Khloe even bringing Kris a cake that had "It's not ovary yet" written on it.
It's not ovary.
Yeah.
Nothing's ovary. This is the worst gynecologist you've ever taken.
Nothing is over.
It's not an ovary.
He just yells at you.
Fallopian tube.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There you go.
Ding, ding.
They even...
That's one ovary. That's the other ovary.
They even...
Philo, send in the next patient.
They even...
Ding, ding.
celebrated all the good work that Kris's ovaries have done, like helping make her kids. In a teaser for next week's episode, Kim shares that she says, quote, "I'm done with my surgery and I feel great." So I don't know.
I don't know what surgery she had.
Oh, no, it's Kris. I'm sorry, Kris,
okay.
not Kim. And then there's more.
Oh, my God.
Kris has teased marriage plans with her boyfriend, Corey Gamble.
Does anybody like this guy? In the family, it seems like they're all like, they're sort of tolerating him.
Oh, really?
Like she's a big fan, and they're
Okay.
like, no one's all that jazz. But then again, look at their history of dating.
Yeah. She hinted that she's open to getting hitched one more time. It would be her third time, tying the knot, if so.
You notice what we never hear about anymore is Rob.
Yeah, the son.
Yeah.
He's like MIA.
Yes.
She wasn't super committed to getting married this second, though she had joked that she might walk down the aisle again when she is 70 years old. So don't know about
Which
that.
is what, next year?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have publicly listed their Beverly Hills mansion now. It's officially on the market at $68 million.
$68 million.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah. Do you think they check their estimate, like everybody else does?
Like on Zillow?
Yeah,
Well, what are the
Everybody-
other $68 million mansions?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
The 12-bedroom, 24-bathroom.
Case 5 swim spas.
What?
Yeah.
They can spare
Recently
one.
renovated house spans 38,000 square feet. Have you ever seen a 10,000 square foot home?
We walked through
They're
a
huge.
10,000 square foot home. Somehow I got the wrong listing. And Claire and I, when we were looking for a house.
Oh, serious?
And we're walking to a thing, and there, Kathy, we walk in, and there is a conga line of people greeting you, hello. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
And I thought they were two houses glued together.
So, Steve, imagine 4 of those
Yes.
put together. That's what this is.
What is
This
it?
is 38,000 square feet.
I stayed in, I think it was either 15 or 18,000 square foot home, and I felt like I was at a resort. Like,
Sure.
I mean, there was no staff there, but it didn't matter. You still felt like I was like, oh, where's the other wing?
A
You
good
know?
rule of thumb is if you can, at any point in the house, take about 30 seconds to walk to a piece of furniture, it's a big house.
So they had initially tried to sell the house off market, but this approach evidently did not work out. They purchased the home in 2023. I mean, just a year ago.
They spent about a year looking for homes.
Yeah, so they spent just over $60 million after
then sell it.
That's
more,
it, Kathy.
more than 2 years of searching, Steve.
Wow.
Despite the high asking price, the cost of renovations and LA's mansion tax may prevent them from making much, if any, profit at all.
Okay, if you're standing in, let's just say, the farthest corner of the basement of your house, how long do you think it would take for you to get to the exact opposite part of your house?
Oh,
All right,
walking,
so-
on another floor?
briskly?
Yeah, so like mine would be the basement and then the corner basement and then my son. So I would have to go like three floors because it's the second floor.
Oh, you're saying
So
go
my-
upstairs to the
upstairs
farthest
to the
point in
farthest
the-
end. How long would that take if you walk
Take
it?
me like
I don't know.
10 minutes? No.
I could do it at a decent clip.
I could do
and-
it under a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So amid the marriage troubles, the couple reportedly isn't living together. And, of course, Lopez is said to be in Italy with friends, and Ben is living in a rental home in Brentwood
Tell
right
me,
now.
do you have any children? It's a good school district.
Yeah, that's your
Batman's leading out.
yeah, your realtor. All right, this
And
was
this is the kitchen?
This was sad to see. Actress Shelley Duvall has passed away just days after her 75th birthday. Yeah. The Shining actress died on Thursday at her home in Blanco, Texas, from complications of diabetes. According to her partner, Dan Gilroy, he said, "My dear, sweet, wonderful life partner and friend left us too much suffering lately. Now she's free."
I've been following her story and seeing stuff pop up on social media and on the websites. And every time she was encountered by like a fan or somebody who just was, happened to recognize her, she was so sweet to people.
Yeah.
There's an interesting backstory on her. She was born in Fort Worth, Texas. She considered pursuing a career in science before she was discovered by 3 crew members on director Robert Altman's 1970 film Brewster McCloud at a party in Houston where her then fiance Bernard Sampson was displaying artwork. The crew member invited her to something of a secret casting call for Altman's movie under the guise of an event featuring, quote, art patrons attended by the director. And this led to Duvall's first on-screen appearance in Brewster McCloud. Like they kind of tricked her in doing it.
Well, she had a look. She had certainly a look of the time, and she was a lot more versatile than people were aware of.
She went on to appear in more than a dozen movies and television shows over the course of the 70s, including an appearance in Annie Hall before she made her best-known movie, of course, which is The Shining. And the film, which required a 56-week shoot and holds a Guinness World Record for most retakes for one scene with dialogue, starred, of course, her and Jack Nicholson. And she had told the Hollywood Reporter about Stanley Kubrick. She said, "He doesn't print anything until at least the 35th take. 35 takes, running and crying and carrying a little boy, it gets hard. And a full performance from the first rehearsal, that's difficult." In order to get herself into the right headspace, she said that she would listen to sad songs before each scene or just think about something very sad in your life or how much you miss your family and friends. But she said after a while, your body rebels.
Yeah.
It says, "Stop doing this to me. I don't want to cry every day." And sometimes just that thought alone would make me cry. To wake up on a Monday morning so early and realize that you had to cry all day because it was scheduled, I would just start crying. And I'd be like, "Oh, I can't do this." And yet I did it. I don't know how I did it. Jack, meaning Jack Nicholson, said to me too. He goes, "I don't know how you do it."
Wow.
Yeah,
It was a tough set, and Kubrick could be great, but he wanted what he wanted, and as you know, when you're 35 takes into a scene and you're still not looking at the one he's going to go with, that's a lot.
You know what, Steve? I'd forgotten she had done this until I read about this. She started producing in the 80s, and she did a children's anthology series called Tall Tales and Legends and Fairy Tale Theater, which she received. She convinced stars like Robin Williams, Terry Garr, Jeff Bridges, Mick Jagger, and Liza Minnelli to appear on.
Yeah,
I remember those.
Yeah,
and she won.
They're very popular.
She won a Peabody Award in 1984 for that. She stepped out of the spotlight after the turn of the millennium and didn't work on movies for 20 years after the release of 2002's Manna from Heaven. In 2016, she made an appearance on the Dr. Phil show,
which was sad.
That was widely criticized at the time for being exploitative of her mental health struggles. She said, "I found out the kind of person that he is the hard way," meaning Dr. Phil. She made a return to film in 2023's independent horror movie, The Forest Hills, and she was filmed remotely and was directed over Zoom by Scott Goldberg. She was married to artist Bernard Sampson from 1970-74, then later dated Paul Simon in the 1970s before she began dating her longtime partner Gilroy in the late 1980s, but she passed away at the age of 75, so that was sad.
We do have 2 clips if you want to take a... We have one from Shining and one from Popeye.
Okay.
What are you doing down here?
I just wanted to talk to you.
Okay, let's talk. What do you want to talk about?
I can't really remember.
You can't remember.
No, I can't.
Maybe it was about Danny. Maybe it was about him.
Oh my God,
That is so creepy.
That's so creepy.
It's so, and she is. I mean, she needs to be as she's sort of this wilting flower. But I mean, when push comes to shove, she gets him out of there.
Yeah.
Yep. And then a clip from Popeye. Here we go.
Oh, no.
And all at once I knew at once, I knew he needed me.
A little different, right?
Until the day I die, I won't know why, I knew he needed me.
She was perfect for that part.
Yeah,
by
she
the way.
It really
else?
was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was spot on.
But I did hate that movie.
I didn't
It wasn't
mind
a very
it.
good movie.
I know,
didn't-
Kathy, you said you
I
always
didn't
liked the
mind
movie.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I loved Popeye growing up.
Okay.
All right, well, I do have a few other things to get to. This was interesting. King Charles now has some American real estate in his portfolio.
I'm from Sailor's house.
Listed on the deed as His Majesty the King in right of Canada, represented by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The buyer purchased Unit 11A, a 3-bedroom, 4.5 bathroom pad on the 11th floor at 111 West 57th Street in New York City for $6.63 million.
That's actually pretty good.
No word from Buckingham Palace as to why the property was purchased, whether
It's
it
my
was
getaway place.
strictly as an investment or if someone was moving in or not. But he is now a property owner in America, the King of England. Maxine star Mia Goth is being sued for battery by an extra on the film. James Hunter has filed a suit against the actress, director Ty West, and A24 over an on-set incident. He claimed that Goth intentionally kicked him in the head during a scene, causing him a concussion. And Goth then followed him to a porta potty in a remote restroom area, pushed the door open to the stall that he was using. When he tried to apologize for not locking the door, Hunter claimed that Goth replied, "Nobody will believe you because you're nothing. Get the F off my set, you big baby." Hunter then said that he was told to not return to the set. Goth, West, and A24 have denied Hunter's allegations in court filings. The suit accuses Goth of battery and A24, Goth and West, of wrongful termination.
She's one of the new horror queens. Mia Goth. She's been in a couple of films, and she's really good.
The trans drama Close to You, starring Elliot Page, now has a trailer. The story of a trans man returning home after a long absence premiered at last year's Toronto International Film Festival. Will hit theaters next month. Page, who was nominated for Academy Award for Juno, will be making his first appearance on the big screen since 2017. So
Wait,
it's
he
been a while.
plays the trans?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yep.
I haven't seen the trailer yet.
I watched
so.
it. Yeah.
Did it look good?
Looks pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
This trailer I did watch, and it looks real good. The animated film version of Watchmen, which will be released in 2 parts, now has the first trailer available. The movie uses the animation style of the original graphic novel, but with a story that stays close to the 2009 Zack Snyder cinematic adaptation, which Steve and I are both big fans of. The new version features Matthew Reese as Dan Dryberg, Night Owl, Katie Sackhoff as Laurie Justbezic or Silk Spectre, Titus Welliver as Rorschach, Walter Kovacs, and Michael Cerveres as Jonathan Osterman or Dr. Manhattan. A bunch of other voices are obviously on board for this as well.
The trailer is excellent. It looks like something I'm definitely going to be excited for. I would like to see them, I don't know, expand out the story. And even though Alan Moore would hate that, but I mean, those characters are so cool.
Yeah, there were a couple of comics, graphic novels that they did that expanded on each character of the Watchmen. I thought they were good. They could actually tap into that if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Watchmen, and Alan Moore wasn't a part of that.
No, he hates any. He's very picky.
Yeah. Watchmen Chapter 1 arrives via digital platforms August 13th before it hits Blu-ray on August 27th. So here's another trailer. I haven't seen this yet, but the body horror film The Substance now has one. The film starring Demi Moore as an aging Hollywood star who is offered a way to be young again. Also stars Margaret Qualley as her de-aged and improved self, and Dennis Quaid as the man who makes it possible.
So this is like serious Death Becomes Her?
I don't know. It makes her younger.
Yeah.
It doesn't keep her young. It makes her
It
younger.
actually makes her younger.
Yeah, so
All
they
right.
de-age her or something. The movie hits theaters on September 20th, and there's a teaser trailer for that that's available. Hallmark is entering the streaming wars with Hallmark Plus, the new service is set to launch in September and will set you back $80 a year.
So what are they going to provide on Hallmark that they're not providing 24/7 on the Hallmark Channel?
Good question. Hallmark CEO Mike Perry shared the service will include the very best of Hallmark with new exclusive content.
Like what?
And membership benefit program as well. In addition to all the Hallmark programming that you could hope for, users will apparently include e-cards and surprising gifts.
E-cards, wow.
And don't worry, Hallmark is still churning out the content. The TV channel announced 40 new Christmas movies
This year?
for this holiday season.
Oh, my God.
40?
Yeah.
Steve, how many are you going to try to watch?
I'll watch a lot of them. I mean,
unbelievable.
it kind of becomes my background for quite a while.
They
I love
announced-
being able to pop. By the way, they show them year round. The Christmas movies air
So we
year
can
round.
start now?
You can start right now if you want to.
They also announced the limited series Holidays and Mistletoe Murder, a trilogy told from the male perspective, the groomsman, and many, many more.
Which one is the one centered around the Chiefs? That is supposed to be the Taylor Swift.
Yeah, I forgot the name of it. So, anyhow, new streaming network
Okay.
from.
You remember how the streaming was
Hallmark.
going to help you cut the cord and you'll be paying less than you would be for cable? Yeah.
Yep, not anymore. So let me see. Yeah, this is interesting. There's a new prequel TV show. The 90s comedy Martin with Martin Lawrence is getting a prequel with young Martin. So it's like young Sheldon.
So I wonder who was calling for this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
We need a young Martin.
It was a really popular show in its time. So it will be somewhat different from the original, though. For one thing, it's being billed as an hour-long drama series, apparently.
So like they did with the Fresh Prince.
Maybe
Same sort of thing.
Yeah, so the show will tell the story of Martin's character, Martin Payne, as he transitions from kid into adult. The original Martin ran for 5 seasons, 92 to 97, won both People's Choice Award and NAACP Image Awards during its run. The announcement for Young Martin follows Martin hitting people with nostalgia when the show's original main cast did a segment at the Emmy Awards earlier this year, Steve. So it sparked a little interest.
A little bit of interest. Did anybody watch the serious reboot of The Fresh Prince?
No.
I think it was called. Was it called Prince or what was it called? Something like that.
I don't remember.
Yeah, but it was a much more serious.
Yep, I didn't watch it. I didn't really, so I don't have much of an opinion on it, unfortunately. All right, we can move over to some movies that are opening this weekend. All right, opening today, Long Legs is a horror mystery thriller starring Micah Monroe, Nicolas Cage, and Alicia Witt.
Lily legs, Lily.
Long legs.
Oh, Long Legs, okay. In pursuit of a serial killer, an FBI agent uncovers a series of occult clues that she must solve to end his terrifying killing spree. It's an hour and 41 minutes long. It's rated R. It's a limited theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score, nice high one at 92%.
Yeah. With Nicolas Cage and stuff like that, you got to figure it's pretty good.
And then
I hope it is.
One other film, Fly Me to the Moon, is a rom-com starring Scarlett Johansson, Channing Tatum, Jim Rash. Fly Me to the Moon is a sharp, stylish, romantic comedy set against the high-stakes backdrop of NASA's historic Apollo 11 moon landing. Brought in to fix NASA's public image, sparks fly in all directions as marketing maven Kelly Jones wreaks havoc on launch director Cole Davis's already difficult task. When the White House deems the mission too important to fail, the countdown truly begins. 2 hours, 12 minutes long, PG-13, wide theater release, and Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 65%.
So for a rom-com, if you're sitting above like 45%, I'm interested.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm down.
All right, we're ready for clips.
You win.
Thank you. Me puts a new spin on the superhero origin story by highlighting the growing pains of real-life adolescents in a school with a newly blended family as well and newly found superpowers. Here, star Lucian River Chawan, I guess, talks about the show's lessons. Here we go.
The story is really a journey of sort of discovering who you are and how you fit into the world. And then along with the roller coaster and twists and turns of the mystery that they uncover.
Me premieres today on Apple TV. Here's our next clip. The Serpent Queen. It's a stunning account of one of the most influential women ever to wear a crown who ruled France for 50 years. And here, Minnie Driver talks about becoming Queen Elizabeth I.
Every day I got to actually see her appear in front of me. The wigs, the makeup, the clothes, they did so much of the work of creating this character. You are so altered. I was so far away from me, Minnie, and so convincingly this other person that it was just the best starting off point.
Oh, shut up, woman.
Season 2 of The Serpent Queen premieres tonight, and you'll find that on Stars. And that's our entertainment report for this morning, dear friend. All right, we'll take a break, come back in a second. We'll resume our Friday morning. Our buddy Michael Giacchino is going to be joining us. We also have skateboarding champion Annie MacDonald on the program, and a bunch of other things to get into, stuff to give away. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
So I'm 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Oh.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath,
Right.
full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So,
Yeah, well, he
so
is
you're
a
saying
farmer.
the nakedness though drops dramatically after like 3rd or 4th season?
Yeah, it's still there, but
Right.
but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
She got just a wonderful beef.
Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver.
She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time. Wow. Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys something.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
everyone.
Jot that down.
Okay.
Jot that
I'm
down.
writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pick.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's men came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay, it's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But do you know? We don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
And as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for
And paid a lot for.
paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to
Jerkoff.
quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff, forgive me. Julie Handjob, forgive me. Julie Handy, forgive me. Julie Blumpkin, forgive me. Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
You know what though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerk Off throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or her friends. called her that.
Julie Jerk Off.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about it.
Julie Oh my God! I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it, and
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had jerk off as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her
you know.
friends would call her
Yes.
that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the jerk off
But you
for
know
a
what?
couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a
Oh,
Master of
geez.
Science degree as she goes up and hears.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
You couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and you're just your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. Jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie jerk off. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
You did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The
I
woman
know,
reading the
I
names.
know.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh my God.
But there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure,
Absolutely.
there'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize anytime we have a caller named Julie,
we
will have to play.
Julie jerk off.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie jerk off.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize.
I love you.
Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man.
It's where he lives. That's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what it says. You pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. The baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis.
Yes.
Is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, well, I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think that's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick, I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking. You're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse the Planners. Thank you for tuning in to This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of him with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This is where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
It's got a transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
That's what I believe, yeah.
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going.
Hey.
Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say
This is what I believe. This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
That's it.
Giacchino will be joining us, the composer extraordinaire. Always a great conversation with him. So we'll get to that around 9, some other guests and so on. But looking at the schedule, since we do have a few people coming in this morning, if we're going to do it today, we have to do the Connoisseur right now.
It's time for the Connoisseur, the Friday edition, always our favorite edition.
And
what?
thank you, Mr. Announcer. I need my bell. I'm sorry, I forgot to get. You know, I lost the other bell.
All right.
We had it at the blood drive.
It's okay.
And I lent it to Pierre, and I don't remember if I grabbed it or he held on to it or whatever, but thank you. Steve actually throws the bell across the mixing console.
It's almost like the Olympic torch, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. All right. I got some stories, and we'll play some clips and give some stuff away as we do with the Connoisseur, but I don't know if you guys knew this or not. I don't know why I decided to use that voice. Today, July 12th. You don't like that?
No,
I like it.
Oh, you do?
I do.
But today is National French Fry Day.
Well, there you go.
That's a beautiful thing.
So I am a massive French fry fan.
I love them.
That's 3 F words.
Yeah.
That food, though, is like, I feel the worst after eating it. Like, I feel the
Mentally?
fattest of my, yes.
I feel guilt after eating French fries. They are some of the worst things you could possibly eat.
They're so
They
good.
are
They're so good, though.
the best things for you. They're like vitamins,
potatoes.
is what they are, and they'll keep you aroused. They'll fight ED. They're amazing.
Is that right?
And there are so many different great French fries that you can have. Casey, I've become a big fan of Curly's.
You're okay.
Yeah, at the shore.
I thought you meant curly fries.
No, not curly fries. I mean Curly's.
Yeah, because those
the
are
brand name.
Those are crinkle cut.
Yes,
I like a good. We had crinkle
Oh my
cuts
God,
yesterday.
Curly's sells crinkle cut fries.
Isn't that weird?
It seems sort of,
Yeah.
make step up.
But they're really good with a variety of sauces and whatnot. And you can get them in a big bucket and everything. But,
Every time we talk about fries, I have to mention this. Preston, you've been there before, Gypsy Saloon in West Conshohocken.
Mm-hmm.
They do a French fry board. So like a cheese board, it's a French fry board.
Like a flight?
It's like it's all different kinds. It's the waffle fry. It's a crinkle cut. It's a
Where is
curly
this?
fry. It's in West Conshohocken. It's called Gypsy, and it comes with different dips. You can get I think one of them comes. You guys know I don't eat seafood. I think one of them comes with like crab on it, and it's crazy. And every time we go,
that's fun.
Jace is like, can we please get the French fry board? And I forget how much it is, but it's way too much for just the two of us.
Oh, we're looking at a picture. It looks pretty amazing. There used to be a place in East Falls called Buckets. And what they would do is it was buckets of French fries.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's cool. I've told you guys before, I think the greatest French fries ever are the sexy fries at Butcher and Barkeep in Harleysville. And also they have them at a place called Northbound in Souderton because that's their sister restaurant. And I will never bring them to you because they
won't pour it.
Yeah.
They don't travel.
have French fries or something. If they sit too long, they just lose their prime yumminess.
I understand that. I will say, though, I'm fine with cold fries. I'm fine with any temperature fries. Obviously, if you want them in their optimum condition and you're really trying to impress people with how a French fry tastes, you want it to be, fresh.
Yeah.
I guess if you do the sexy fries, I was going to say, do you consider poutine that's like a fried dish?
It's a fried dish. And
Yeah.
Sexy fries are a fried dish.
Right.
You
okay.
put poutine on your fries.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
What are you putting on your fries?
But sexy fries do come with a lot of stuff
On
on
it.
it.
Okay.
So it's really, really good. But I bring this up because a couple of things. There's some people that are noting this. And Chickies and Pete's is celebrating National French Fry Day today. It's their
Of course
11th
they are.
their 11th annual Crab Fries for Heroes event. And they are only $1. Apparently, crab fries only cost $1 today.
What?
So when we would do the calendar release party at Chickies, I would not eat for the day before because that was my big annual dive. And I hated those fries when I first got into the area. And now I friggin' love them.
A lot of people love them. I mean,
Yeah.
you see them line up at the ball game for them.
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
But Preston,
Are they $1 at Citizens Bank Park today?
No.
Okay.
So it's going to be at the major locations.
Okay.
At the restaurants,
The
at the
full-
Chickies and Pete's restaurants.
Are you getting the full basket?
I don't know, Kath. It just says there.
Are you getting like a fry?
All sales from the $1 crab fry orders will be donated to the Police Survivors Fund.
All right.
So
It's a good thing.
Yep, helps the families of fallen officers. So Chickies and Pete's has donated over $150,000 to the Survivors Fund thanks to the success of this annual tradition. So it's a fundraiser. If you want your $1 crab fries, I don't know if what's the disclaimer? Something may apply. Special restrictions may apply.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not really sure, but I saw the press release for it. So check with your local Chickie.
Well, it's good news. I have become a fan of the aioli fry dip. In limited amounts. I might go more with ketchup, but a little dab.
Little aioli.
Yeah.
Aioli.
By the way, what is aioli? What is the dip? Is it just mayonnaise?
It's mayonnaise with flavoring in it.
There you go.
So a lot of times you can just mix in some garlic, salt and pepper, or something like that. Boom, you got yourself a spicy aioli.
I've been thinking about making my own signature
Lemon juice in there too.
Yeah, no, my own signature dip of sorts.
All right.
And I figured I feel like all of those dips are a mayonnaise base. Are they not, Press?
Not all of them.
No, I'm trying to what
you gonna put tobacco in your dip?
No, I'm trying to stay away from that.
Well, because I was gonna say I don't like mayonnaise, and I really don't love aioli. Like I could do that over plain mayo, but
you know what that comes in though, Kathy. If you're having sweet potato fries, the aioli dip is excellent.
I know, and I do love a sweet potato fry. Case. So, but would your dip be mayo based?
So that's what I need to figure out. I need to figure out what are the major bases for a good French fry dipping sauce, and figure out which ones of those I want to be my starting base.
You can do a ketchup based one as well. You can add some spice.
Yeah, I think I want to go more.
Thanks for the suggestion, but no.
No. I know what you're saying, but I feel like I want to go more I'm leaning more mayonnaise based.
Do you know what
than
I'd say, though?
ketchup-based.
To Preston's point, if you could find a good variation on the ketchup that hasn't been done, I think that might be something that gets you some traction.
I'm so bummed because I was going to tell you my favorite dipping sauce for French fries is honey mustard, and it's definitely mayo based.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
Well,
You
No?
didn't know
not
that?
necessarily. It could be mustard and honey alone will give you honey mustard.
Money.
Yeah, but the creamier ones are better.
That's
and
got mayo in it.
No,
Yeah.
Casey, it's going to get to my head now, and I know I'm going to eat mayo, and it's
Yeah,
going
and
to
you're
gross
gonna
me
go,
out.
"Ooh, I don't like it
It's going to
anymore."
gross me out.
Oh man.
All
Sorry
right,
about that.
besides Chickies and Pete's, Shake Shack is collaborating with home wellness brand Barabee to launch a fry-shaped body pillow.
How come Shake Shack has never collabed with you?
I give them enough
Yeah.
love, don't I?
Jesus Christ.
Wait,
I
are-
love that place.
Are they a client? No.
No,
Okay,
no,
so
not
they
at all.
should be.
So wait, I want to talk.
We need Safe Light Repair and Shake Shack to be clients. Let's stop this nonsense.
I want to ask you because Jace loves it there, and I don't normally eat there. But if he gets like fries, I'll snag one. I don't like their fries. Do you?
Oh, yeah, I do. So there's a crinkle cut, and they're very, very small crinkles, which gives him this really crispy
They're
outer.
very crispy, you're
I
right.
love that.
I'm a
about those.
crinkleista.
Yeah, you're a crinkleista.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's one of the things. I love those, Kath.
All right.
By the way, it's called the Crinkle Cut Cuddler. It's designed for
I
side
take
sleeping,
a pillow though from them.
joint support, or lounging, and it's available on Barabee's website. The unique product combines comfort with a playful twist, making it a fun addition to your home decor while also showing your love for Shake Shack fries as well. But National French Fry Day, so enjoy. dear
something to
friends.
celebrate.
Yeah. Something else you want to add?
No,
I have a dipping story next. I
Oh,
have a dipping
good.
sauce story next. But you good?
I
What?
think I'm good. No. Kathy,
really
ju-
good?
Yeah.
What?
Kathy said something. It sparked my my memory about something I saw this week. It's not that important.
All right, we'll play. How about we play a clip,
Okay.
a movie clip, which is what we do during the Connoisseur to see if you can identify this food clip and the movie that it is from. Here's our first one.
I ain't seen a beating like that since somebody stuck a banana in my pants and turned a monkey loose.
Thanks for the pick-me-up, Eddie.
All right. 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know what movie that is from. Order up. All right, I said it has sauce, the dipping sauce story.
Yes.
And Heinz has introduced a new condiment called Every Sauce,
Every sauce.
which combines 14 of its sauces into one offering. It's an exclusive product and is only available in the UK with just 100 bottles up for grabs. That's all.
So this is a big novelty thing, obviously, to
Totally.
get pressed. There's no way you can put those 14 flavors together and have something that is going to be favorable to the masses.
We used to do, speaking of adding all flavors, when I was a kid, and instead of water ice where I grew up, they had snow cones. So snow cone guy would come around.
For us, they call them Italian ices.
And then we would also do this at the soda machine, but when the snow cone guy would come around, if you were really adventurous, you would order a suicide. And that was every flavor.
Every flavor.
And we would do the same thing with the soda machine, the fountain, and just go up and hit a little bit of every single one, and that was a suicide. So this is what this reminds me of.
And it always turns out that there's one or two flavors or tastes that are dominant.
Yeah.
They're just going to overpower the others anyway.
Like a cola or the root beer will definitely overpower all that stuff. I would be willing to try this dipping sauce.
So to get a bottle, fans must complete a quiz on the Heinz website about their sauce preferences. And for those who miss out, just mix equal parts of the following Heinz sauces. So these are the ones that are mixed together. Burger sauce, garlic sauce, aioli sauce, smoky baconaise, sweet chili, chip sauce, saucy sauce, mayo racha, mayo must, truffle mayo, garlic and caramelized onion mayo, curry ketchup, pickle ketchup, and smoky bacon ketchup.
So there's too much mayo in that for you, Kathy.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm a
No.
big fan of? Pesto mayo.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've ever had pesto mayo.
Is A1 Heinz? A1 sauce?
I don't know.
That is an underrated sauce.
I love A1.
I don't think that it is, Casey, because Heinz had another steak sauce.
Heinz 57 or something like that.
Yeah, dude, I grew up just drowning my food in A1 sauce.
That was the only way I could eat steak for a while because
Yeah.
I'm
Steaks.
not a red meat kind of guy. I mean, burgers.
Yeah.
Steak is not my thing.
Steaks, burgers, Casey. I used to really put it on my not mashed potatoes, but baked potato.
Ooh,
I would pour it all over that.
Do you know what's honestly?
Sour cream.
It's great in coffee.
Ooh.
If you ever try that.
I'll try it once. But that's what when I go to Five Guys, I get an A1 burger.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't even know they had that.
Yes, A1 and dude. I was gonna say mushrooms. I almost said marshmallows. A1 and marshmallows.
Could I have some marshmallows on my burger, please?
Extra marshmallows.
Get out, you moron.
Extra marshmallows, please. A1 steak sauce is by Kraft Heinz, Casey. So there you go, Heinz 57, and yeah, that Heinz makes A1. So I was incorrect. All right, let's see if you do know what movie this is from.
I ain't seen a beating like that since somebody stuck a banana in my pants and turned the monkey loose.
Thanks for the pick-me-up, Eddie.
All right, we're going to go to Sean, see if we can get an answer. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Yeah, Cup.
Yeah, Cup. All right, Sean, what movie, please?
That's Vegas Vacation.
That's correct. Vegas Vacation. And we got a prize for you, Sean. Hang on the line. Here's what it is.
It's also pretty cool. It is a $20 Acme gift card. I don't know where that came from.
That's pretty cool.
You're going to like this one.
That was like the Dino DNA. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I would like to officially apologize to our sponsor, Acme, for saying the name of your company in that voice. But you won a $20 Acme gift card if you spot a member of the Preston and Steve Show shopping at your local Acme. Walk up to them and say Gadzooks, and you could score an Acme gift card right on the spot.
So I'm always at the Mermaid location. That's my Acme of choice. So look for me there. I'll give you one of these suckers.
Lawrence Park Shopping Center.
Let's play another clip.
Which one are we gonna go with?
Whatever's next, Case. I'm
ready to
good
go?
for anything. All right. Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Oh my God.
Kathy.
Oh God.
Let's do that again.
What is this stuff?
Slump.
Slump?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Mostly the stuff the butcher can't sell. Hooves, lips, organs. Slump.
in Miami we call them hot dogs.
I don't know what that is.
215-263-WMMR. Order up. All right, this is a little bit of an older story, but I didn't get a chance to add it to the Connoisseur last week. But when Red Lobster filed for bankruptcy in May, Flavor Flav, of course, showed us his support. He ordered the entire menu, did his part to help save the struggling restaurant chain, went viral in the process. Thanking him for his loyalty, Red Lobster is partnering with the Public Enemy hype man to introduce a special off-menu meal that is called Flavor Flav's Faves. And the meal includes a selection of his favorite items like Maine lobster tail, snow crab legs, garlic shrimp scampi, and bacon macaroni and cheese.
See, I think they missed it because I joked that they should have called it public anemone. Right?
Public anemone?
Yes, the sea creature.
Oh, I don't even. What is an anemone?
It's like a little.
That's a cute name, but I don't know what an anemone is.
I just know that they say it in Nemo. I thought it was like an environment, but I don't know.
Here's the deal, though. It's an off-menu item, so you can request Flavor Flav's Faves from the server, though it won't be part of the permanent menu.
I just want to tell you a quick Flavor Flav story.
Okay.
I was on the phone with, we're trying to get some Olympic athletes on the show before the Olympics, and I was on the phone with an agent yesterday. And fortunately, he's not in the area. He was a little...
A-hole?
No, not a-hole.
Oh.
No, he was very nice, but in a douchey way.
Inappropriate?
Anyway,
Okay.
no, not inappropriate. Just like...
A douchebag.
Yeah. So I'm on the phone and I'm trying to give the pitch. He's like, listen, we can record an interview. I'm like, we don't record interviews. I was giving him the pitch of the show and whatever. And the girl is from here. She's from the area. So I'm like, she probably has heard of us if she's not a listener. Just tell her who we are, whatever. And he's like, okay. He's like, yeah, I'll do that. He's like, listen, I gotta go. Flavor Flav's agent is calling me on the other line. I have to take this.
You're like, okay.
I was like, I don't want your athlete on my show.
I'm sorry, Flavor Flav. Snoop's on line 2.
So if you are interested, it sounds like, it's funny because it just sounds like stuff that's on the menu anyway.
Just packaged.
And if you ask for Flavor Flav's Faves, you can get your own. Oddly enough, it wasn't mentioned. The Cheddar Bay biscuits were not mentioned.
What?
But maybe I don't know, maybe he's not into them.
Do you know,
Please.
I think maybe I actually ate in a Red Lobster once, maybe. The only food I've ever gotten was actually brought into the show.
Oh.
You know?
I used to go.
Did you guys go?
In college.
Yeah.
I used because I loved the biscuits, and I would go fill up on
you're not
those
a
and get
seafood
some
person.
salad.
Seafood.
No, no, I would go eat. My boyfriend at the time in college, he did, and so that's where we would go because I wanted the biscuits. He liked seafood, and then I would just get like a salad or something.
Listen, the boxed biscuits that you can get at the grocery store taste just like the ones at
Do
the store.
they?
They are so easy to make too. They are fantastic. Yes, we make them from time to time, and I love that we do that, and I need to do it more often.
How many can you make? How much will a box yield?
Probably like 8.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
'Cause they're damn good.
Yeah, they're solid, and they're really easy to make. It's pre-mix. You just add some cheese. You get shredded cheddar cheese as sharp as you want. Put it in there, and then they have a little packet, and this is the key. They have a little packet that you mix with melted butter, and then you brush it. You brush it
gently across the top of the biscuits.
It makes it pop. It's so good. So, all right, let's see if we can get an answer. What movie is this from?
What is this stuff?
Slump.
Slump? Oh,
Mostly the stuff the butcher can't sell. Hooves, lips, organs. Slump.
in Miami, we call them hot dogs.
All right, let's go to Mara and see if she knows the answer. Hi, Mara.
Hi, guys.
Hi. All right, Mara, do you know what movie that's from?
Is it from Snow Dog?
Snow Dog. That is correct. Hang on the line, and we will give you this prize.
A $20 Acme gift card. If you spot a member of the Preston and Steve Show shopping at your local Acme, walk up to them and say, Gadzooks, and you could score an Acme gift card right on the spot.
All right, question. Was Cuba Gooding Jr. in Snow Dogs?
Yes.
Is that the movie? Okay, that was that movie. Is that the one where he says, vagina?
Vagina. Is that? No, that is, vagina is it Rat Race?
Cool.
I don't remember. I do not remember. All right, we have another. We have another. That's Cuba Gooding Jr., in case you did not know. All right, we have another food clip to play. Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Ivan is naturally trained.
Then how do you explain his freakish strength?
Like your Papa. He ate his spinach every day.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know what it is. All right, gang, it's time for the Fast Food Roundup. Hang on, start over, Case. You jumped on the ya. We need to highlight the ya. Here we go. The Fast Food Roundup. There it is. Thank you. All right, this is where we take a few different fast food stories and package them into one segment. We're going to start with this one after introducing the new Grandma McFlurry back in May. McDonald's has just rolled out another new McFlurry flavor. It's the Kit Kat Banana Split McFlurry. That sounds pretty good to me. The new Kit Kat Banana Split McFlurry features the signature soft serve that is blended with Kit Kat candy bar pieces and real banana and strawberry clusters. It is similar to a real banana split that usually contains similar ingredients.
What was the grandma?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
It tasted like rubbing your tongue along your grandmother's gums.
Oh, my God.
It's Steve. It's flavored with Vicks Vapor Rub.
I mean, come on. You like to taste that?
They throw a little Bengay in there just for spice.
It's
A little bit of prune juice.
It's that
little bit of
tin-
stool softener.
The tin of candies that, like, after a little while, they all
One
stick
chunk
together.
of it's like a crystal.
The new Kit Kat Banana Split McFlurry is available now for a limited time at participating McDonald's locations
Butterscotch.
nationwide while supplies last. Over to Burger King. They have the new fiery menu. The 5 items that will debut on July 18th for a limited time include the fiery mozzarella fries, fiery chicken fries, fiery bacon whopper, fiery royal crispy chicken sandwich, and a fiery strawberry and Sprite drink. And they included a spice level for each item.
A fiery strawberry drink?
So that is spice level 1, Steve.
All right, I would imagine.
It is apparently the fiery strawberry puree mixed with Sprite. So I guess it's got just a little bit of heat in it. Kathy, I don't know about you, but now when I drink tequila drinks, specifically margaritas or maybe Palermo's, I like a little bit of jalapeno in there. I don't know if you like spice or not.
So-
but
Is
even
that
if
your
it's-
jam?
Even if it's not on the menu, I'll ask the bartender. I'm like, "Do you got any sliced jalapeno? Can you throw a little slice in there?"
Yeah.
And I dig that.
So I can't have jalapenos. They will bother.
Oh,
Your hiney?
Your nightshade thing?
No,
Your
you
allergy?
always say that. And people say stuff to me all the time. By the way, when I talk about my allergy, I'm not crapping myself from that. It actually is in my chest and my throat that I feel it. But yes, I do like that. The taste of it, the jalapeno in a margarita is delicious. I just can't do it because it'll bother me.
So I'll tell you this. I'm a big fan of the Starkist tuna in the envelopes, the buffalo style.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't you buy like 100 at a time one
Right.
time?
Yeah, about 200. When
By accident.
When I have that, I will feel burning when I make it number 2.
Yeah.
And you meant a Paloma, not a Palermo, right? With grapefruit?
Paloma, sorry.
Yeah,
not a
yeah,
Palermo. Yeah. Palermo's in Sicily, right?
Right, yeah. That's in Sicily.
Sorry about that. Yes. So spice level 2 is the fiery mozzarella fries, which are their take on mozzarella sticks filled with both cheese and peppers. And they come with the fiery Calabrian pepper breading for an extra dash of heat.
Wait, there was a place that they would do. Oh no, you know what? Wawa. They have
what's that place?
Calabrian, not Calabrian. Sorry.
No. Wawa has like these. It's essentially a jalapeno popper, but not really. Like jalapeno poppers are like like halved jalapenos. These are like. It's like a mozzarella stick with like dices of jalapeno in it.
Yeah, a little
Big
different.
Mazza
Yep.
popper?
Spice level 3, the fiery bacon Whopper, which is a Whopper, but it subs out some of the regular items for spicy items. Fiery seasoned bacon, pepper jack cheese, and fiery sauce. Spice level 4, this is at Burger King, by the way.
Right.
Fiery chicken fries covered in a fiery seasoning, as well as garlic and pepper breading. And then spice level 5 is the fiery royal crispy chicken sandwich.
I don't naturally
So it's their
gravitate
hottest.
towards the hot stuff. I find that I can't taste anything if my mouth is on fire. I don't like it.
Yeah, that's why I like just a little bit of spice. All right, and then let me see. One more fast food story, and then we'll move on to the clip. If you've ever dreamed of an early retirement, Taco Bell may have the deal for you. On August 17th and 18th, they are launching the Cantinas, an early retirement community to give people a taste of retirement life with activities such as aerobics, pickleball, and early dinners.
This is Taco Bell that is...
Yes, it's in San Diego, and it will be open exclusively to Taco Bell Rewards members. Day passes and full weekend memberships will be available online starting at noon on August 16th, offering access to amenities, recreation, dining, and entertainment. And Taco Bell hopes that the Cantinas will bring people together across generations to enjoy a vibrant lifestyle without waiting for traditional retirement age.
Didn't they do this before where they rented an entire hotel and turned it into
Yes,
like a
Taco Bell did, yeah.
resort? Is this the same place?
I don't think so. It sounds like a retirement village.
Yeah, I think they're going with a different approach on this one, Case. But
By the way,
yeah,
I tried finally the Cheez-It Crunch Wrap.
Yeah?
I don't know if it was just not prepared right. I was so...
You were underwhelmed?
Oh, man. I was so... I was so
And you
looking
live for
forward to
Taco
it.
Bell.
I do.
Disappointment. Sorry, man.
That's all right. I still got crunchy tacos.
All right, let's see.
I still have a family.
See if somebody knows what movie this is from.
Ivan is naturally trained.
Then how do you explain his freakish strength?
Like your Popeye. He ate his spinach every day.
Like your Popeye. We will go to Eric. Eric, hello there.
Hello.
All right, buddy. What movie, please?
That would be Rocky IV.
Yes. Rocky IV.
Popeye.
All right, here's what we got for you, bud.
All right, Eric, you got a $20 Acme gift card. If you spot a member of the Preston and Steve Show shopping at your local Acme, walk up to him and say, "Gadzooks," and you could score an Acme gift card right on the spot.
All right, we have one more clip to play and one more story before we wrap on the Connoisseur. So here we go. What movie is this from?
You know, my mother used to say, life gives you potatoes, make potato salad.
Well, life handed me a whole pile of shit. What am I supposed to make out of that?
Salad.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know. Order up. This is not technically food related, but I am going to mention this. Kate Spade, New York, has a new fashion collection inspired by classic Heinz ketchup.
Oh, is it a purse?
Yeah, well, it's a lot of stuff, actually.
Oh, okay.
So the new collection features a wide variety of items with the Heinz logo. including a shirt with the Heinz logo, keychain that looks like it's spurting ketchup with French fries on the side. Kathy, it has totes, pouches, small leather goods.
Yeah, I saw one of the pictures of the tote of the bag.
Footwear, keychains, phone cases, and more. What did you think of it?
It's stupid. I would
looking?
never
Okay.
even look at it a second time.
So what is the deal? Does the Heinz company...
I don't know.
Do they pay? Are they paying to have part of this produced? Or are they simply saying, okay, here's the logo, have with it what you will?
Well, what's funny is a lot of times when they do this, they're not even the items are not even available. Like,
Right.
It's kind of just like
A bait and switch?
Yeah, like we talk about it or whatever.
Right.
But I just pulled up this Heinz ketchup tote bag, and it is available on Nordstrom's website. So you can purchase it for the tiny amount of $378
For a Heinz ketchup?
Like, yeah.
Yeah, come on.
Come on.
Oh, man, come to my next designer bag bingo. Maybe you'll get a ketchup purse.
You should get a case.
So the promotion is part of a Heinz Clio Award-winning ad campaign, Irrational Love, that was launched last year. Heinz promotes the notion of how people love their brand and what it stands for by using products as condiments. And the collaboration with Kate Spade New York continues that mission. The Kate Spade Heinz collection items are limited time only and for sale at Kate Spade stores in New York and some other department stores like Kathy just found on Nordstrom's and wholesale locations. And you can get the Heinz X Kate Spade New York capsule collection at katespadefe.com. And prices range from $45 to $398. So it's the classic Heinz logo.
I always forget David Spade is related to Kate Spade.
Correct.
And are they cousins or are they more closely related?
I don't know.
I want to say it was. That's a good question, Steve. I thought it was a little closer than cousin. And she took her own life.
She did, yeah.
Which is wild.
Yeah.
I mean, incredibly successful.
Yep.
You never know what people.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see if you know what movie this is from.
You know, my mother used to say, life gives you potatoes, make potato salad.
Well, life handed me a whole pile of shit. What am I supposed to make out of that?
Salad?
All right, let's see if you know the answer to it. We're going to go to Frank. Hey, Frank, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, Frank, name the movie, please.
Drowning Mona.
Yeah, Drowning Mona.
I am not familiar.
Neither am I, but that's Danny DeVito, right?
Sounds like him.
Yeah.
You got to watch.
All right, thank you, Frank. Appreciate it. Says we got to watch it. All right, what's up, Case? What does he have?
He has a $20 Acme gift card. If you spot a member of the Preston and Steve Show shopping at your local Acme, walk up to him and say Gadzooks, and you could be like Bridget, who spotted me outside of my Acme last week, and she won an Acme gift card
really?
right there on the spot. Yes.
Love it. By the way, Marissa just brought this note in. Kate Spade was married to David Spade's older brother.
There you go.
So it was via marriage, but that's close.
Yeah,
That's
that
probably
is close.
closer than a cousin. So anyhow, and thank you to Marissa for grabbing those clips this morning for the movie. She does a lot of great work on that. So. All right, with that, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. We're going to get to the Bizarre File. We're also going to tell you about a charity event that is coming up next week. You need to be a part of it, and it involves food, too. So stay with us. We'll return shortly.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
That's the dilemma.
Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's up.
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
It's just...
This is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. You know, it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity.
Yeah.
The absolute robbing of human beings, preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I am surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in A $56 million plane will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
Yeah. You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face.
Absolutely.
Oh, you might.
I don't know. I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't mind
This
riding
is
along.
my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
Yeah.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how. That's akin to saying open sesame. When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you, that jet door opened right.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, is Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought, when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
Yes.
Amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
You can get
That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching it
Stop.
out.
Your plot is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you
I
can
just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2 on Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
over the ear,
over your ear.
Yeah,
You're fine.
They're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe
Preston-
you should
so
let
Preston-
Steve stretch him out for you.
Yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy,
I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice! She almost
fell on her
fell
ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like,
packs a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
Yeah.
That's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It's gonna be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
Well, he's
All right,
he's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20, at least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keep playing that clip over and over until I
Until
get
we
this,
find it.
Steve.
Oh yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh my God, let's see.
Oh yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old.
There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh yeah. You're gonna be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the
There
day.
we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay. I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner
Yes.
has 6 kids, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlin, huh? Thought you'd be bigger. I mean, no cooler.
But she.
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh my
There you go.
God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
Fish music was playing when they were coming out? Okay.
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
great.
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh.
You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little... What is this from, though?
It's a spoof. It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. It is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla look-alike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
you know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it.
It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swartzen.
Everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. You nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
A lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
Actually, this goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand-up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand-up."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, I've been doing like 22 years, which is insane." And a lot of people just know me from movies, so it's kind of a bonus when they're like, "Oh my gosh."
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball, and they're like, "Oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh,
this is a whole other
crazy."
aspect.
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes. Was
exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, "Oh, it's this kid." And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, "Who is this dude?" And a lot of the younger guys were like, "Oh, that's this kid Nick Swartzen. That was my first special." And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I loved them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy, and he called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, "Yeah, you." So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
there's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's in one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And she's in one of our calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "Okay, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother." And I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, "Yeah, you're a gay brother." And I was like, "I've been doing a lot of gay stuff." I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, "No, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay." And I show up to I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with tiny shorts.
Yes.
And I was like, "Yeah, this is way different. Way different."
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish.
Gay.
It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats, because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you want to buy?
Insanity.
That's not.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought this morning by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Donate to Casey's team, the WMMR Rock and Rollers, for the Bend to Shore Bike Tour, July 21st. Benefits Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Visit PrestonandSteve.com for more information. So, a United Airlines flight that took off from South Florida was forced to make an emergency landing after a passenger bit a flight attendant and yelled profanities at other passengers.
This is the craziest footage I've ever seen.
United Flight 762 was heading to Newark, New Jersey after taking off from Miami International Airport. And cell phone video shows a tense situation where a woman was screaming at other passengers, screaming her head off, actually. And the flight attendant tried to de-escalate the situation and zip-tied her. And that's when the subject bit one of the flight attendant's shoulders, ripping off a piece of his uniform.
Kathy, chews through the uniform and rips out a patch with her teeth.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so that's when the subject bit the flight attendant and said, "Suck my D."
Oh.
That was to the woman, another passenger.
That's like aloha.
Another video shows a woman restrained but continued to scream profanities at other passengers and allegedly threatened to kill a woman and said, "Go back to Russia, old lady." The woman continued to berate passengers and accuse the flight crew of having attitude problems. The flight was forced to make an emergency landing at Orlando International Airport, where authorities were awaiting at the gate. So they only made it. They were started in Miami. They only made it to Orlando before they had to land. The woman was removed by authorities, and the flight crew was replaced by a new crew. The emergency landing delayed the flight by 3.5 hours.
When one of these people act up on these flights and cause it to be diverted or whatever the hell happens, and you're impeding other people's travel, they should set up a gauntlet so that they have to walk out to the plane and everyone gets one punch.
The walk of shame.
Yeah.
The walk of pain. Now, every time before I board a flight, I'm like, am I going to see one of these things?
Right.
Almost every time I'm like, could this happen on the flight that I'm on? Because it happens quite a bit. So cell phone video captures passengers clapping once a woman was removed from the plane. No injuries were reported. This is a pretty wild survival story. A 1-year-old baby survived 2 days in stormy weather before being spotted crawling along the roadside by a truck driver.
What?
A 1-year-old.
1-year-old.
2 days. Days earlier, his 4-year-old brother was found dead, unfortunately, and his mother was arrested, according to a sheriff in Louisiana. The sheriff, Gary Gilroy, said the baby had numerous bug bites, but otherwise appeared to be in good condition.
It's a miracle.
Post-mortem examination reports were pending on the 4-year-old who was found on Monday. The body had been found in a lake near the Texas state line. The 4-year-old had last been seen on Saturday with his mother, Aaliyah Jack, and the 1-year-old. Fearing the 1-year-old was dead, authorities prepared on Tuesday morning to search the water where the dead child, the 4-year-old, was found. Then a truck driver called emergency services after spotting the baby. Search for the child played out amidst bands of intermittent heavy rains and high gusty winds.
I mean, come on.
Jack was, the woman was arrested on Monday night in Meridian, Mississippi, more than 350 miles away from where her children were found. She was to be extradited to Louisiana, where she's facing a charge of failure to report a missing child. So I don't know what the circumstances
Sounds like she
are
abandoned them.
and how the 4-year-old died and or why the mother wasn't there. I don't know anything, but it's a crazy story. A man was killed in a freak accident by at a bowling alley attached to a bar in North Dakota over the weekend. The sheriff's office identified the man as Scott Willoughby, the owner of Esmond Bar. Officials said Willoughby was working to restore the 2-lane bowling alley attached to his bar when he was crushed by a pin setter machine.
And it looks like a really cool setup. They have 2 lanes in this bar off to the side, and it looks like they're full lanes. But we've heard about this before. Wasn't it the cake boss had his hand severely injured when he has a bowling alley, I think, in his home?
I don't know.
The pin resetting device?
Maybe.
He almost lost his hand?
Willoughby was found dead, Sunday morning where he was alone at the time of the accident. The bar confirmed Willoughby's death, saying that the bar will be closed until further notice. Wow. This is crazy footage. I saw this morning. 2 nudists in California sprang into action this week to rescue a tourist from a, quote, crazy kind of pirate guy who had a blowtorch. So let me say that again.
'Kay.
2 nudists saved a guy from an attack from a man dressed as a pirate who had a blowtorch.
I love that the witness described a crazy kind of blowtorch.
Yeah.
It was crazy kind of pirate guy who had a blowtorch. They disarmed the attacker, then wound up having to take him down and hold him until police arrived. These guys were naked,
Dude,
man.
if I'm naked, the last place I want to be is in proximity to a blowtorch.
The pirate guy was identified as 38-year-old Zero Tribal. His name is Zero.
Wow.
Who had a
the parents
reputation.
knew.
Reputation as a menace who's caused problems in the neighborhood for years. He's currently in jail while the heroes are still walking free, totally free, as they are naked. All right, and then we'll do one more story. Ross Edgley is no stranger to putting his body through extreme challenges, like running barefoot for 1,000 miles and swimming 500 kilometers in 56 hours.
Jeez.
The most challenging thing he's done, or so he says, was the Eat Like a Tiger Shark challenge, where he wanted to see how much a human can gain and lose in 48 hours under medical supervision. So to start off, he spent 18 hours in a heat chamber just cycling, running, and trying to lose much weight as possible. During that time, he had no food, and it was time for refeeding. His shark diet consisted of taking in 41,103 calories in 24 hours.
That sounds near lethal.
Which included 7 liters of custard, a Hulk smoothie, electrolytes, a slab's worth of cheesecake, pizza, fish and chips, 4 bags of Haribo mix, cinnamon loaves, 2 full English breakfasts, 4 Mars bars, and 4 tubs of Ben & Jerry's ice cream.
So let me get this straight. The predominant part of a tiger shark's diet are smoothies
and cheesecake. After that eating binge, Edgley managed to pack on 22 pounds in one day.
All right.
Yes. In comparison, 1 chomp of whale blubber can pack 22,000 calories in just 1 bite from a tiger shark.
I can't imagine that's good for your physiology.
I don't think it would be. And there you go. That's what I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, we have a guest who is in our studio back again to tell us about this event that is on the way. It's the 7th annual event that you will be finding next Tuesday, July 16th at various locations. And it is the Dining Out for the Dogs event benefiting Alpha Bravo Canine. And we would like to welcome Jaime Blackburn.
Thank you.
To our
Thank
show
you.
this morning.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Jaime. How you doing?
I am good. Thank you so much. And first of all, I want to say that we could not have made it to the 7th annual Dining Out for the Dogs without the Preston and Steve show. You guys are such an important part of this event, and we love having you as a part of it. It really makes it that much more special.
And this has been a tough year for Alpha Bravo Canine. There have been a lot of things that have just sort of stalled and started, and there's been a bit of sputtering, but it's coming together. And so it's a little bit earlier in the summer, and it is one day later in the calendar week. So it's Tuesday.
We got to mix things up a little bit. So
Right.
we are doing it on this upcoming Tuesday, the 16th, at all of the suburban White Dog Cafe locations. This year, we just added a new pup to the whole litter, I guess, so to speak.
Yeah.
We have our newest location that is in Chester Springs, which is in Exton. It is the most beautiful restaurant I have ever seen, and a great place to celebrate Dining Out for the Dogs.
So I'm going to be there for that. You're going to be doing the rounds. Nick is going to be in Wayne. Casey, you're going to be at Haverford. But I'm going to be John Kincaid from our sister station. The Fanatic will be there as well with us at this new location. We're very excited. And Alpha Bravo Canines, you fell in love with this organization.
I did.
Explain what attracted you to them initially.
Well, first of all, Alpha Bravo Canine is a local organization. And since Fearless Restaurants, which owns the White Dog Cafe restaurants, is a local restaurant group, we are really, really feel passionate about giving back to our community and the neighborhoods in which we are located. Alpha Bravo Canine was founded by Jennifer Senchel, and she has created an organization that raises and provides service dogs to former military with traumatic brain injury, PTSD, and they are free of charge. And that's something that is quite unusual. A lot of vets can get a dog, but you have to pay for it.
And they're very expensive.
It's very expensive. So the average cost to get a puppy, raise it for the 2 years that it takes for it to become a service dog is about $30,000.
Yeah.
And Alpha Bravo covers the entire cost. They have puppy raisers who assist and help to raise the dogs, but throughout the process, Alpha Bravo provides the money to pay for the food, for the vet needs, for anything that these puppies need while they are being trained to become service dogs. And A service dog is a life changer for a vet suffering from any of these issues. And for somebody who has given so much to give to their country and provided, help us stay free in the land of the free, home of the brave, they really deserve this opportunity to have a service dog to put them back together.
We've been out at it. In fact, initially, I think there was the thing that got this all running, this dining out concept. We were all at an event in Wayne, and there was a gentleman there that night whose life had been changed.
Yeah,
I mean, he could not go out. He could not conduct a job. But having this dog in his life was his lifeline. So they do mean a lot. And at that point, every white dog is a dog haven.
Exactly.
And the concept of the hot dogs, this has become the superstars.
It is.
And so it's explain what people can get.
Absolutely. So when you come out for dining out for the dogs to any of the suburban white dog locations, which are Haverford, Wayne, Glen Mills, and of course our newest one in Chester Springs, you can have a couple of things that are only available at White Dog that night. We offer with Tito's vodka, we do a Tito's Doghouse cocktail, which is terrific and pairs very nicely with our pup cakes, which are made in-house by our own in-house bakery. They are cupcakes that have little adorable dog faces on them. We also have shortbread cookies that are for sale that evening. But really the star of the show is the flight of hot dogs. Our chefs are super creative, and we offer a flight of hot dogs. There are 4 of them. The first one is the Coney Island hot dog, which has Green Meadow Farm beef chili, PA Noble cheddar cheese, and pickled red onions. There's a Southwestern dog that includes guacamole, chipotle aioli, crispy tortillas. The White Dog hot dog has white truffle aioli, goat cheese, mushrooms. And it's good. It's a good one. And then the Backyard dog has ketchup, mustard, and barbecued potato chip crumbles.
So people now, and there's a Donna who's a big, her and her husband are big fans of this event because he is a hot dog fanatic, and so you get the flight of hot dogs basically, and the money generated from that order
100% of that $40 goes right to Alpha Bravo K9, as does the 100% of the proceeds from the pup cakes, from the shortbread cookies that we have, and also from Tito's. Tito's is very, very generous and a great participant.
Excuse me. Do you just need to order off of that menu for the money to go to Alpha Bravo K9? Okay.
A portion
of
the
specific menu set up.
It's our regular menu, and a portion of the proceeds from our regular menu will go towards Alpha Bravo.
Okay, so no matter what you order, but these other things are specifically 100% are going.
Exactly, and they are only available at Dining Out for the Dogs. So you're going to have to wait another 364 days if you miss your flight of hot dogs.
Yeah.
And Kathy, we can take the aioli off.
Okay, all right, good.
I feel your pain when it comes to mayonnaise.
It's such a great event, and it's so exciting. Matt Cord is going to be from MGK. We'll be at Glen Mills, so everyone's going to be out and spread about. The superstar of the hot dogs. In some locations, you can actually bring your own dog.
You can bring your own dog at BYOD to any of the White Dog Cafe locations. You do need to make a reservation because obviously you need to be...
For all of this, yes.
Yes. Well, we highly recommend, especially if you're going to bring your pup. We have what's called a VIP table, very important puppy table.
Yeah.
If you book that, it's a $30 non-refundable donation, so rain or shine, that you are making directly to Alpha Bravo K9 through us. But you get a really great swag bag from Tito's. And I can tell you, I spent about 2 hours yesterday with boxes from Tito's putting together these swag bags. They are fantastic. I had to kind of push my 23-year-old away and tell her that swag is not for her. So you are not swagalicious, so step off. But it's a really great event. It's so much fun. Also at the White Dog Cafe in Chester Springs, we have a balloon installation by Moments by Max. He's this amazing balloon artist, creates all those great displays that you see at events and at parties.
That'll be on premises?
He will have a wow factor balloon installation, certainly Instagrammable. The White Dog in Glen Mills has a beautiful outdoor space, can host lots of pups, and our brand new one out in Chester Springs also has a rooftop that will close in case it does rain. But I did look at the weather, and it's still supposed to be hot as and sunny. Yeah, pretty much.
Problem.
We'll have our own hot dogs going.
It's going to be great, and we, for all the years we do, it's one of our favorite things to do because basically we're going out to eat with you. Make your reservations, come out, and simply by doing what you're going to do, any of which is have dinner.
Exactly.
You're going to help, as you said before, these people who gave so much for us, who are suffering with these conditions. So we'd love to see you out Tuesday. The information is on PrestonandSteve.com. And you can make your reservations. Make them now.
Yep, you can call any of the White Dog Cafe locations, make your reservations, and come out and eat and join us.
Nice. Starts next Tuesday, starts at 5 o'clock. So thank you, Jamie.
Thank
Great to
you
see
all.
you. Thanks
Thank
for
you,
bringing our
guys.
cupcakes by, too. We appreciate that. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We are going to have Andy MacDonald competing in the Olympics, skateboarding champion. We'll talk to him next. Stay with us.
False. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never said that in an interview?
Who grabbed the
I
piece of
probably did,
information?
but I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out. And they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it.
Yeah, you know the second you hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat they can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they need.
It's like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in and it made this weird sound. And I just end up killing my mom and eating her. And
Okay,
I just want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute antithesis
The love
of
of bats is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
It was when you were in Austin for your third time. It says, why do you keep coming back? And you said, I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music. And you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christy, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy, by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight and you got that stuff all handled, are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. I mean,
Okay.
I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just like, and not she's not an alcoholic or anything. She just I just want to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years, and then I'll take like a month off. Yeah, and it really helps. Sure, it really
5
helps.
years, 1 month. 5 years, 1 month.
It's all about the balance. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Great to see you, man. Thanks for being
cheers,
here.
guys.
That is Nick Swartz.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did.
K-San?
At
No.
K-San in San
Okay, it was.
Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Oh,
So I
didn't they
worked
change
in the- format? Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're 3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains. Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Country stereo.
That was the tagline?
Country stereo. Something like that.
Yeah.
And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name all the counties.
Oh my God!
We all got us a story there, Presbo.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah. I've only been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny What was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
Fridays like this, so I begin the weekend.
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Is he still
kills
even
me.
on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it's
A little
was
crazy?
total unintelligible.
It's Amish in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. Reverend Billy Hargis.
Who's wore those cowboy hats too? When I see him on
Yes.
TV. I mean, yeah.
With the headphones. Cowboy hat.
He did?
Yeah, on,
Yes.
on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they under? Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw two officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about.
I was
Casey,
just
just
telling
when it
you
came
guys.
on, yeah.
What? This guy is such an a-hole. He's
Pretty
yelling
much.
at the cops. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
And
he got arrested,
and and he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, you got to get out of the street. He's like, no, I don't. Like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're in the middle of the street, you effing a-hole.
Well, technically, that's jaywalking, so you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
Oh, he was ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, "Who you wife? Damn." You guys are so mean. Whatever.
He's going to squeeze it really hard, though.
I'm moving on.
Okay, move on.
Who you wife? I need to focus on this because I don't
She's
know
a
if this,
newswoman.
I don't know if this is English.
And we're distracting her.
sorry.
All right.
Who you wife? Damn, I forgot he ain't got one. Damn, he said.
That was well performed.
Okay, thank you.
wife?
Who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. Don't
Yeah.
forget the damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Who you wife?
So
Damn.
Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott.
Excuse me, who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. You ain't got no wife? Damn.
That's a different way.
John Houseman performed.
Yes.
You wife? Damn. You ain't got no wife. Damn.
Well done. Well done. You know what? It's
was
like
very
I
well
was
done.
there.
Exactly.
It's like I was there on the scene. The Harry Potter film franchise is indelibly linked to Alan Rickman.
Yes.
And his portrayal of Professor Severus Snape. But Rickman wasn't as enamored with the role as fans were and still are, a new trove of letters reveals.
I think it sucks a bag of beans. Mr. Potter, this role sucks a big bag of Harry D.
If he didn't like it or had issues with it, it certainly didn't show up on screen. He was excellent, and to his emotional, spoiler alert, ending in the series.
Yeah.
He was a critical part of it.
Yep.
Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you at this hour.
His deliveries.
Just so good.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade.
Mm-hmm.
Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
I just love the way he drags out those words, man.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore, any person found to have knowledge of these events who fails to come forward will be treated as equally guilty.
It's so good.
Fantastic. Wow. It's so sad that he's
You will
gone.
be called to my office, where I shall spank you with your pantaloons down around your ankles. I shall do so liberally and with great care. There will be a modicum of probing. Digits will be involved.
If that doesn't scare you straight, I don't know what
I might
would.
even break out the wand. At which point you will receive an enema unlike any you have ever received before. In fact, I will pay to have the owl watch the whole
Oh
thing.
my God. He's a cuck. The owl's a cuck.
Absolutely.
Hedwig?
Yeah.
That's his
And then, when it is all done, I shall pleasure myself into the sorting hat.
Oh my God.
Not the sorting hat.
Oh, man.
Oh my God.
He's gone off the deep end.
That's when Rickman became bored with the character. And he decided needed to add a little flavor to it.
Sure.
Oh,
It's
wow.
because of his pentameter, I have had this ongoing debate as to whether or not he says yippee-ki-yay, I'll say truck, mudda truck or mudda trucka.
And that haunts you?
Well, I mean, I've talked about this ever since the movie came out. Does he put an ER at the end of...
I don't think
Bless
he
me,
does.
Father, for I have sinned.
Yes.
I'm worried about Alan Rickman's delivery of the role Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Trucker. Do you have any sins to tell me about, son?
No. I just thought I'd talk about
I just
this.
wanted to seek your counsel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think there's an ER. I think it's
Me
The
neither.
question you just raised is easily one of the most imbecilic things I've ever heard. I want you to come to my office, where I shall lock the door and spank your buttocks.
A man was spotted riding on the hood of a car barreling down the express lane of I-95 in Florida late Sunday. It appeared to be talking on the phone while he was doing it.
Yes, that's with anchovies and pepperoni, please.
Yeah, he's on the hood of a car going about 70 miles an hour. The driver in the other car that was filming this says the words, "What the actual F?" We're in mid-highway.
He's one hand holding on to the crease of the hood, and the other hand holding the phone to his ear.
A female passenger in the car seemingly could not believe what her eyes were seeing. According to the video, she said, "What is that? Oh, my God." The driver, Daniel Maida, who was filming this, told the Miami News Times that the man on the hood was somehow hanging on to the Mercedes-Benz C300 with one hand and appeared to be talking on the phone with his other hand. A woman behind the wheel.
Now, baby, I know I made a mistake. I know I made a mistake. But I think we can work this out. I just want you to listen to me, or at least slow down by 20 miles an hour.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have two here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here celebrating his birthday today.
Hello, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age. And they all lie about theirs. So
You were working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of them.
Thank you very much, Kath. We have an Olympian in our midst and joining us for this particular segment, and a lot of interesting things about him. He is actually the oldest skateboarding Olympiad.
That's pretty cool.
This time around. And he will be representing Team Great Britain. Whoa! We would like to welcome to the program Mr. Andy MacDonald. Andy Mac is on the show. Hi, Andy. Oh, we can't hear you. Hang on a second. Let me try this button. Hi, Andy. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
There, that's much better. We're doing well. Oh my God, your accent. It's almost like it's like being in Leeds.
I didn't pass the accent testing.
Listen, let's start.
Not even close.
Let's start right off with that. Number one, you're a world champion many times over. You deserve to be in the Olympic Games with all of your abilities. But Why
I've been
team-
doing this almost as long as you guys have. You guys are doing this at the Philly X Games.
Exactly.
I remember you at the Philly X Games.
Oh,
Yes,
God. Yeah, that was God, that seemed like forever ago.
It
man.
was, but it was cool because they would do it like 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
So I guess because the setup was just so extensive and so massive.
It was a blast.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
2 years in a row, we got that here in Philly.
But I wanted to dive right in, Andy, on Team Great Britain and why you are representing them in the Olympics.
My father's British, and that was pretty much the only viable way that I was going to get a spot on a national team. I'm a dual citizen because of my dad, so it was either go out for the U.S. team, I didn't even have a shot, or else go out for the British national team, where it was feasible that I could maybe get a spot on the team.
Okay.
I'm teammates with. At the time, I was 48 years old, and my teammates were 12, 13, 16, and 22.
That's crazy.
The youngest being 12. But it is obviously that's the nature of the beast and the sport itself. But you said wouldn't have had a chance here in the United States. Is that because the sport in general is just yielding a lot more competitive people who are going to beat you out for that, correct?
Yeah, it's just such a bigger talent pool here than it is in the UK.
Yeah.
Skateboarding in the UK is probably 15 years behind as far as the talent pool, as far as the infrastructure, as far as the public perception of skateboarding. There's just not a lot of places to do it, and it's just not as big of a sport as I live in Southern California for the past 35 years, and it's just skateboarding is part of the culture. People know skateboarding. People know there's professional skateboarders wherever, and you hang out in the UK and they're like, skateboarding, you can do that for a living? You know, but still, they've got a long way to go.
Andy, do you happen to know if your sport has the widest range age-wise for team members? I have to believe that it does.
Yeah, I would guess. I mean, just if you think about in what other sport does that even happen at a competitive level? You don't see 11-year-olds playing 50-year-old.
No,
in tennis or something.
No, in gymnastics, that's where you see the young ones, but
not very old,
but not old.
No, 51 years old.
There is a shelf life, and I want to ask you, Andy, about how you're able to do what you're able to do. So far into your life, you're going to turn 51 soon. I just turned 49. Now, listen, I'm not an ex-gamer or anything like that, but listen, I dove a little bit when I was younger, right? I could do flips and twists and all that.
But you're landing in water, dude. Come on.
I know. No. Listen, I am not comparing myself to you guys. But the point I'm trying to make is at a certain point, and I'm trying to say maybe 10 years ago when I was in my late 30s, when I started flipping, my brain started swimming. And does that make any sense to you? And I couldn't make any.
You're saying no matter what kind of shape you're in, things are just naturally going to start to become more difficult.
Yeah. So how have you been able to maintain that equilibrium in your head?
Yeah. To be honest, I think that as you get older, that's harder and harder to wrap your head around.
Yeah. Literally. Yeah.
So I have a trampoline in my backyard. Since the first thing I got for myself when I started making money as a skateboarder was an Olympic-sized trampoline. I always wanted one since I was a kid. I got a fire pole in my house, and I got an Olympic-sized trampoline, and I've always had one in all my houses. And my kid, I have 3 kids. They've grown up with the trampoline, but it's an Olympic-sized trampoline. You can bounce 14 feet high on it.
Nice.
And it's great for air sense, right? You're just flipping and spinning and just like a diver, knowing where you are when you're upside down and whatever. And as I've gotten older, I've felt like I could not that I would lose my air sense where I was, but that I could do it. I couldn't do it for minutes at a time. I used to be able to bounce for probably 4 or 5 minutes straight, flipping, spinning, spinning, and know where I was and be fine. And now I can bounce for maybe a minute.
Okay.
And then I have to stop and take a break and be okay. And the world stops spinning. And
well,
then,
Ben,
I can get back on.
The fluid, the things that provide you with your equilibrium, the fluid in your body, in your head, in your ears, all of that starts to become more congealed and makes it difficult to do that.
Turns into Jello.
Basically,
we all start turning into Jello.
I'm curious about the kind of camaraderie you have with your with your teammates who are decades younger. Is there a sort of a patriarchal kind of relationship? How does it work out?
It's very patriarchal.
Yeah.
I'm the king. And then,
I mean, I would have to be in.
Seriously, it's like there's give and take, right? Like I come with the experience, right? And skateboarding is old enough now. It's got this history, and it's not a written history. It's an oral history. So if you're a 12 or 15-year-old skateboarder, you don't know it. You're just like, I'm out there skating every day, whatever. You're trying tricks. You don't know where they came from or whether they've been done before or whatever. So I can sit and watch my teammates trying tricks, and chances are I know like the name of that trick, who invented it, how it got its name, or else I was there when it was invented, or else I invented it myself. Yeah. And I can share that knowledge with them, or try to teach them a variation of what they're trying or a different technique or whatever. And on the flip side of that, they're all teenagers and they're just going for it, just like all day. I'll skate. You know, my training schedule is such that I drop my kids off at school and then I go skate, and then after lunch I go pick them up, and I'll go skate with my teammates, my teenage, and then we'll be skating, and they're like, "Oh, what are you doing after lunch? You gonna go skate this other park?" I'm like, "No, dude, this is it. Like, I get one session a day. Like, I'm done.
That's it. I'm turning 51.
Yeah, my body hurts."
But I have to try to keep up with that energy, you know. Like, I'll see them take a slam and I'll be like, man, I'd be out for 2 weeks if I took that slam, and they'll bounce right up like, let's go, try it again, you know, just like. So I that vitality, that youthfulness, like I'm around it all the time. So it's just like, skateboarding is my fountain of youth.
Yeah,
and
all right.
Just like keeping up with these guys.
So I want to ask about you coming up as a skateboarder. Like, did you ever have that point in your life where you were the shopping center skateboard ref kid who was like, you know, grinding on parking blocks and stuff like that, or were you so good that you were okay? You were one of those guys.
No, I think everybody was, especially growing up on the East Coast. I grew up in Boston, Massachusetts, so I got my first skateboard for Christmas, and there was snow on the ground, so I had to shovel off my driveway and put plywood up against the snowbanks to make ramps to skate.
Yeah,
that is cool.
I mean, that's where I came from, and I feel like, as East Coast skateboarders, we have a bit more grit in like, if you want it, you got to work for it.
Yeah. I always liked that, you know, because there was a path mark and near me, there was a path mark and then a bank that was kind of near it. And the skateboarders were always getting chased out of there. And in my line of thinking, I was like, they're not doing anything bad. You know what I mean? Like, I would understand if they were like grinding on car bumpers and stuff like that. But like, those were the two like parking lots that actually gave you guys something to grind off of or jump off of. And you know, unless like you're getting in actual people's way, then and I always thought like, man, that kind of sucks for these guys. Where else are they supposed to go? And now they actually have more choices than we do.
Now the proliferation of skateboard parks, of public places to do it, is there's more accessibility to skateboarding than there ever has been. But certainly think about this now though, just in the past 4 years, those same kids, when they're getting kicked out by the security guard or whatever, they're like, "Hey man, I'm training for the Olympics."
Yes, there's a different context to it now.
I could be an Olympian. Right?
I wanted to ask you, because we've talked about this recently on the show, about how people in their 40s, older people technically to the sport, have discovered the skateboard and are picking it up and finding it therapeutic and are finding it like they're being surprised by how much they enjoy it. You know, obviously this has been all your life, but can you understand why someone would pick it up later on and what sort of thrill or release it's providing them?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as for me as it was when I was 12 years old. I mean, it's happens to be how I make a living. You know, I'm lucky enough. I'm one of the lucky few people that can say that. But regardless of whether I could make a living at it or not, I'd be doing it because it is how I stay fit, physically, mentally, like if I'm sitting around the house, I haven't skated in 3 days. My wife's like, "Go skating. You're driving me nuts." Like it's good.
Yeah.
It's good for my relationship. It's good for, like I said, physical, mental health, and people can tap into that regardless of your age. I know 80-year-old skateboarders.
Wow.
And I know 6-year-old skateboarders. Like we're still learning like what the limits are as far as like what can be done, and really there are no rules. We're still kind of laying the foundation for that. Skateboarding is still relatively a new sport. But the thing about it is it's a lot more of an art form than a sport. And a lot of people are starting to realize that like you can do skateboarding however you want. Like skateboarding to you doesn't have to be like what you see on the X Games or the Olympics where you're dropping in on 14-foot ramps.
Right.
Like, oh, you're a skateboarder? You're crazy. You're dropping in from these giant heights and you're flying through the air. Like to some people, skateboarding is like on a longboard through the park, carving around the cones or like just cruising down, listening to music. Like you're not doing any tricks at all. You're just like you're snowboarding down a mellow run, and you can like accessibility wise, like anybody can go out and for $100 get a complete skateboard, throw a helmet on, and you're good to go.
That's what's so attractive
Everyone's got
about
a
it.
street outside their front door. It's really, it's not like snowboarding because you don't have to have a mountain and you don't have to have all this money for gear and lift passes and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like cost of entry is pretty low, and everybody's got a street outside their front door.
I wanted to ask you, because you have a unique perspective, your dual citizenship allows you to kind of answer this question. Are they still pissed off about that Boston Tea Party thing?
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's so funny. I give my teammates such a hard time because I only recently, like in the past 3 years, got my British passport, and I've always lifelong tea drinker. I've always drank tea, and it has to be good, like English breakfast tea, right? Yorkshire Gold or whatever. And if you just give me some Tilly, I got to put like 3 tea bags in. It's not strong enough and stuff. And none of my British teammates, they all drink coffee. All the staff, they're all coffee drinkers. Wow. What is this? Are you still bummed? Because I'm from Boston. I'm like, hey, just because we dumped a bunch of it in the harbor, man. Come on.
I am very, very much looking forward to the Olympics. I've been watching the Olympic trials leading up to it. Specifically, I love the swimming and diving events and also the track and field events, but anything skateboarding, I'm totally down with. So at this point, you're training for the Olympics, the biggest thing in the world. Are you ramping up or are you ramping down at this point?
I mean, depending on what competition's going on or whatever, like it's important for people to understand. Like, I'm known. I've made my career as a vert skater, like what you guys saw in the X Games, big 14-foot half pipe ramps, right? That discipline isn't an Olympic sport. The 2 disciplines in the Olympics are street skateboarding, like jumping down stairs and hand railings, sliding down hand railings and stuff, and park skateboarding, which is in bowls. They didn't have it in the X Games in Philly. So those bowls, it's kind of like a 3-dimensional skating. It's not just back and forth. You carve around the bowl to get your speed, and they're much smaller. The deepest part of the Olympic bowls that we'll be riding are like 9 feet high. And I'm used to like, literally for the past 20 years, I've been exclusively riding ramps that are, 14 feet high. So now I've got to do all the tricks that I'm used to doing on these big transitions way above these ramps. On smaller transitions, you can't go as high. Everything happens faster. Everything's closer together. And it's all made of cement, which hurts more.
No doubt. Yeah.
Right. I wanted and it takes longer to heal when you're 50 and then when you're 30 even.
Andy, I was told that your yellow helmet is kind of your signature thing. Are you going to be able to wear that as a member of the British team?
I didn't think so, but in fact, yeah, you can. I'll be rocking my yellow helmet. The rule it's called Rule 50. And I thought Rule 50 meant like this other thing, and I was like, I thought Rule 50 was that you couldn't be 50 and older. But luckily, that's not what it means.
All right.
Rule 50 is about the logos, like my whole career I've been about like, this is the front of my helmet has like, the logos of my sponsors on it, right? You can't have any logos. Rule 50 says you can't have any logos, and they're serious about it. Like if you have, Calvin Klein on your underwear, they'll make you tuck your shirt in. Like if you have a logo on your sock, you got to fold your socks down. Like you can't have any logos other than the logos of the company that manufactures that equipment. But when we're walking around the athlete area, like the athlete village and stuff, we'll have a kit. I went over to London last week and got kitted, and it's basically my uniform. And Adidas is the sponsor of the British kit, so it's all Adidas, head to toe, everything.
Cool.
And you have to be rocking that stuff. Although Adidas isn't one of my sponsors, so it's very, very different than any kind of competition that I ride for Patagonia, so I'm used to rocking Patagonia head to toe.
It's the friggin' it's the Olympics. Yeah.
So do you have to buy a bunch of plain clothes, like plain T-shirts, plain socks?
No, they give you. You have to wear your kit. You have to wear
just the kit. Okay.
To the point where I got an email that said, "Here's the kit you'll wear when you fly from San Diego to London. You have to wear this outfit. This it's an Adidas tracksuit.
Kind of makes it easier."
And then I get on the train, and it's on my birthday actually, on July 31st. I'll be on the train with Team Great Britain from London to Paris, and there's another tracksuit I'll have to wear, like a specific, like we're all on the same team. We all got to wear this suit. So, and it's really comprehensive. So there's all the casual wear, like the athletic wear that Adidas made, but then there's a more formal wear and a different company, British company, that made these more formal wear suits that you're supposed to wear to the opening and closing ceremonies.
Right.
I'm not even going to be there for the opening ceremonies, but if I go to the closing ceremonies, I have a specific suit that I'll have to wear to that. And then they gave me a suit, and I'm like, what? Oh, I'm a skateboarder. Why do I have a suit? And it's like the skateboard Great Britain suit. And they're like, well, in case you win a medal and the king invites you to tea or something.
Well, you got to have all those variables. I mean, listen, you're talking about.
Hey, sorry, right?
Yeah, going back for so long in human history. But I wanted to ask you. I'm assuming that a lot of what you're competing in and all of that is that within Paris proper, or are you going to have to go out of the area for what you're doing?
No, it's all in Paris.
Okay.
From the skate park, they built the skate park at the venue for the event, and then it'll go away after that. It's just it's basically like a plywood and foam skeleton that they shoot 2 inches of cement over, and it'll be there for the 3 weeks of the games, and then they'll recycle it.
Andy, we're going to have to wrap up here in a second, but I did want to ask, are some of your fans conflicted in supporting you in the Olympics because some of your American fans?
Because of my heritage?
No, but because they want to see America win medals, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. I don't think that my fans are. I think that everybody knows I'm not in danger of winning any medals. So
oh, you never know,
come on, man.
You never know.
You could be the story of the Olympics.
Honestly, if you know the background to what a long shot it was for me to even be here to qualify for the games. I 2.5 years ago, I went out for the British national team because I knew if I got a spot on the team, they would fund my bid to go to all these qualifying events. And maybe there was a shot that I'd get it. Going into the last qualifying event, I was ranked in 39th place, and I needed to be top 20.
Oh.
So it was just like a Hail Mary, try the hardest line you can possibly do. You get 3 tries in an event, you get 3 runs. I fell on my first 2 runs. So it was literally just everything I could do, last try, last chance. And I happened to put down the run of my life.
You got a Hollywood.
Just barely make it in. I had to make top 16, and I got 16th place.
Nice.
You got a Hollywood movie here in the making of the. Get somebody to play you.
That part is already done. So to me, being in Paris is just all bonus.
Well, with that, you got to savor every moment of this, man. So
absolutely
enjoy it. Well, cool. It's excellent to have you on this morning. Nice to meet you. Best of luck at the games, Andy.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your time, you guys.
You got it. Andy MacDonald, Andy Mac, headed to the Paris Olympics. Pretty cool story.
It is pretty amazing. Yeah. I mean, you're talking, it is the friggin' Olympics.
Yeah, it's fantastic. All right, we are taking a break. We're coming back in a second. We'll talk to our good friend, Mr. Michael Giacchino, when we return. So stay with us.
Out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw. I worked on that with Eddie. I also produced it, and Robert directed it.
I remember that day.
Oh, there was a picture. Put the picture back up. Yeah.
I was back there with you guys, right? And I was I was slapboxing with Eddie, and I almost hit him, and then security grabbed me and was like, all right. All right, Junior, you about to mess up this money. Go sit your ass down.
Wow.
So I mean, that's cool. But all you guys have had such a massive effect on comedy and a type of comedy that I love. We all love. That is, you helped usher it in. Eddie Murphy did as well.
What happened in my career was I started out, sort of by myself.
Yeah.
And then as my family started getting into the business, I kind of realized that it was either going to be all of us or one. So I decided to make it about all of us. So I kind of stepped away from acting and started to
cultivate.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and Sean, we were talking earlier about how you were first on the show as the DJ.
Yeah.
And you'd already been doing comedy. You're doing stuff like that. But so from your point, Keenan, as you're seeing family member after family member, I want to do this. I want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a double-edged sword, or what do you first say to them when they come to you and they say you as sort of the default patriarch? I want to do this.
He nurtured us.
Yeah.
My thing with them was as long as you're willing to work. And I always wanted them to know that it wasn't easy, and I would give them small opportunities in the beginning. I never gave anyone a starring role who wasn't ready, and like I said, I made sure that they all put in their work, and it is the fact that they're where they are in their careers now is testament to the
everybody
fact that they came in the right way.
Did anybody ever get mad at you saying, "Hey, I'm ready for my starring role"?
Always. When Damon first started,
I was the DJ, man.
And you were a damn good DJ.
I could play sketches too and scratch.
Hey, the guy right behind you is really talented.
Well, when Damon first started, I told him, I said, "Give yourself 10 years." Yeah. And he looked at me like I was insane, and he was like, "It's gonna take me 10 years." Well, 10 years later, he was ready.
We say the same. I tell like the interns and people who are coming up in the radio business, and now we've been, it's the 20th anniversary of the show, and I say, trust me, if you were to jump 5 years into the future and look back, you wouldn't believe where you were or how things have changed. Yeah. So that's very sage advice. But when you're young and hungry, it's hard to perceive that.
It is, and the thing is, youth is something that people think everything is supposed to happen when you're young.
Right.
And they're disappointed if it doesn't, because youth is when, you make the money, you chase the girls, you do. That's the experience that everybody wants, as opposed to being great at what you do. Yeah. And being great at what you do takes a lot more time than that. And sometimes, youth passes you by. And I tell people all the time, if your goal is to be a CEO of a company, it doesn't matter if it happens at 20 or 60.
Right.
You still accomplish your goal.
Yeah. All right. So you have to be a really good talent scout, right? So within Living Color, were you the sole decision maker as far as who was on the cast and who wasn't?
Yeah.
All right, so it was because you did an amazing job with that, and you did, look at all of the people that came out of there.
Well, they were all people that I knew.
That you knew.
Right? So we were all in the clubs together.
Okay.
So when I got an opportunity, it was like, who's the funniest guys I know? Like, it wasn't really like a hard thing to do, because I knew they were funny.
You were working with people like Jim Carrey and all those guys were paying their dues.
And he knew what to do with them.
Right. Yeah. But that's a key. That is a gift. There's Lorne Michaels has that that ability, and also who's going to synergize well with each other.
But your show aired at 8:00 on Sunday, and so you had a younger audience in myself.
Right.
And I mean, I loved it. You know what I mean? Like Ace Ventura came out, I was like all over that. And
it got moved to 8. Started at 9.
Did it start at 9?
Yeah.
Parker Lewis Can't Lose. Was that your lead?
The Ferris Bueller ripoff?
I love that show too.
Fox wanted to make it an anchor show.
Okay.
So they moved us to 8.
Okay. Did they initially, or because would it first really, because it kind of hit the ground running, if my memory was, and did they go, whoa, we need to bump this up.
Yeah, well, initially they were very afraid of the show.
Yeah.
Period. Like they had no idea
They were afraid.
what was going to happen. But
Right.
once the show was successful, then it was like, every network strategy is going to be how many other shows can we launch?
Right.
So, they ended up moving us.
In this day and age of reboots, we're
Yeah.
seeing TV shows rebooted.
Constantly.
What's the likelihood? We don't have a good sketch show. SNL's the only thing going right now, as far as I know.
I think there's absolutely a new generation.
Yeah.
So it would just. I don't think that the guys from the past would
Step forward, yeah.
want to do that again. But there's absolutely a new generation out there, and it would be fun.
Yeah.
We're in a time now where I think a show like In Living Color is needed, but at the same time, it's the sensitivity.
Can you do it?
Yeah,
No,
can
that's
you
a
do
good
it?
question. We were wondering about that, about the, Preston and I were having a talk earlier about, the comedy club or the theater. When you guys are there, that's your realm, and all bets are off. You should
It
be
should
allowed.
be,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's safe spaces
Yeah.
for satire and comedy and thought provoking, whatever you want to do. That's your palette, and there's been hits on it lately.
It's the phone.
Yeah.
You see, because
Absolutely.
the people who are in the club, they paid to be there and they want to see it.
Yeah.
But people who are filming, now it's going to people who didn't want to see it.
You're
and
right.
then when they do see it, now they're pissed. It's never the people who are in
That's
the
why I
club.
didn't want to go. See that?
Well, speaking of that, even some rock bands have adopted no phone.
I don't think phones should
get
be allowed.
outta here.
I think you're there for the experience and enjoy the experience. And
Well, Kevin Hart played the Link, the stadium here, and there was a no phone rule for that whole show. It can be done. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, I would agree.
Yes,
with that,
you lift a clip
100%.
out, you lift a soundbite out of context,
Yeah.
and people are going to go ape.
It's just crazy.
I heard somebody, and I don't remember who the performer was, saying recently though that they, it's really easy to see from the stage when somebody does get on their phone. Have you guys noticed that? Like if you're up on stage, you can tell immediately.
if the light is on,
Yeah.
You can tell, but you just don't want to stop. You got to understand. You got people in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
You got momentum going.
Right.
And you're thinking about your next thing, and you're trying to be physical, and you're trying to be in the moment, and then someone has their phone up. Do you stop your whole show to deal with this guy with his phone up? And then kill the people's
No,
show?
you're right. So you're going
Or
to ruin
do
it
you
for other
keep-
people. Yeah,
so,
no. That makes total sense.
Sometimes you do, and you make him part of the show, and you destroy him for being the idiot.
Yeah, which is
for pulling
also
the phone
good.
out.
Yeah.
But
You channel your Richard Pryor.
yeah, if I gotta stop, I'm gonna destroy you.
Keenan, I have to tell you that I'm going to Get You Sucker is one of my absolute favorite movies.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I think people need to revisit it, but I think it's also sort of it's the likely first step to getting to Don't Be a Menace, which that same sort of comedy, which has became the style of comedy. When you were putting that together, how difficult was that to pull everybody? You had a lot of cameos and stuff. Give us the idea of what that production was like.
I was very lucky. And Jim Brown really, he and Bernie Casey, once they came on,
got it done.
That got it done. Then everybody else was like, well, if they'll do it. And
they were essential.
Yeah.
They were what Leslie Nielsen was.
Yes, they were the icons of the era. And so once I was able to bring them on board, it went really smooth. And it really was, it was an homage to them. So
and the blaxploitation movies of the 70s.
Those are the movies I grew up watching, and
so did I. They were
enjoyed
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
So, when I was writing it affectionately. So that's why I think that they responded to it. And then these guys did the same thing for their generation with Don't Be a Menace.
Yeah.
So I was on the set of I'ma Get You Sucker, 17-year-old boy watching his big brother do his thing and just taking it all in and going, man, one day I want to do a movie just like this.
Yeah, and you did.
A couple of years later.
Yeah.
Don't Be a Menace was born.
It's Sean and Keenan Ivory Wayans here, and we want to do something special because it's a special day, and we have something to bring out for Keenan. It is his birthday today, so we got a cake for you, Keenan. Yes.
He don't eat cake, though.
No, I actually don't. But I appreciate the 7 candles. It's my 7th birthday.
There you go. So you can blow out the candles in there. The first ever Bond girl, Eunice Gayson, has died. She was 90 years old. She starred as James Bond's love interest, Sylvia Trench, opposite Sir Sean Connery in Dr. No back in 1962.
The iconic scene of all Bond movies, when James Bond first is introduced, she is across the, I don't know if we have the audio of it from the clip, but she is across the table, and here it is.
I admire your courage, Miss...
Trench. Sylvia Trench. I admire your luck, Mr.
Bond. James Bond.
So, Sylvia Trench, you got to love the names that they gave these women.
Sylvia Trench, huge gaping gash.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you're going with Trench and Pussy Galore and things like that.
Pussy, Harriet Pussy.
Yeah.
No, Countess Smelly Bunghole. Well, Miss Bunghole. Pussy galore. And that was, a lot of vagina. Was the,
to play off of that. A lot of vagina.
But Sylvia Trench. Yeah, hairy gash.
Hairy gash.
Slimy bush.
Slimy.
Putrid pooter.
Yeah.
All right.
Keep it going. I'm having fun.
Melisandre Double Fist.
Yeast infectantine.
Yeah. So
rest in peace.
What a lovely tribute to Eunice.
Chlamydia hysterectomy.
So, Steve, she was in From Russia with Love as well?
Yes. So he actually leaves her to go off on this mission, but the idea was to keep her sort of continuing the way Moneypenny. It was sort of a flirtation to keep her in and out of his life, but they passed on that. But that's the first time in the Bond films where James Bond is introduced at the Baccarat table. I believe they're playing Baccarat. And it's great.
Did she know Steaming Butthole?
She knew Steaming Butthole was her sister.
All right. But anyhow, a post on her official Twitter feed read, an amazing lady.
Perhaps you know my sister, Queef Poop Splatter.
And my cousin, Purdy Turd Cutter.
So the Twitter feed read, an amazing lady who left a lasting impression on everyone that she met.
Did you say Queef Poop Splatter?
She will be very much missed. You know what? I got to point this out. Lately, when you've come in here and we're doing this crossover thing, I don't know where you're going.
Excuse me, what?
No, I mean your inflection. It sounds like, is he going to say something else, or is he done now? And I'm having a hard time. I think we're off. I think we're out of sequence. I think we're
We'll have like a
he does have a
bonding
secret.
session.
He's become a soldier of fortune.
Oh
yeah.
Maybe let's do an Outward Bound together or something.
Furthermore, I did. And that.
Hey.
What?
I wanted to ask you.
I can't believe this is hard.
I'm not saying you're stopping in the middle of what you're saying.
He's saying you're an unprofessional broadcaster.
You actually finish the words,
that's
and
certainly
then
true.
Your inflection is as if you're going to continue on, and then you don't.
Yes, of course.
You should have heard us all day. The amount of screw-ups and semi-semi.
Very much, Kath. Our next guest is a good friend of our program, and he's always got some great stories and things to talk about. He's got some new music that has been surfacing. It's from an album called Exotic Themes for the Silver Screen, and has taken some of his well-known themes that he's written and given a little bit of a tropical kind of vibe to them. I'll play a little bit of this for you just so you get an idea of what I'm talking about. So this is the Batman score or theme done in this version, and it's got a decidedly different tone to it.
But you can hear the theme,
can hear it,
which I dig.
Yeah, this is really cool.
I love this.
You guys know I have like beach mixes
Yeah.
that I love to put out when I get in that chill mode, and this will definitely be on there. Please welcome our good friend, Mr. Michael Giacchino.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. Other than it's so early.
I know. We thank you for rising at this time, sir, as we always
It
do.
is actually okay because once I get out of I step out of the house, come back to the office, then I'm like outside and I'm like, oh, it's actually kind of nice out in the morning.
Right?
Really nice.
Well, we figure that you at least that shows that you care about us because you would get up at this time. But yes, but you're no stranger to putting in long hours when you're a composer, right? For films.
No,
Yeah.
no, exactly. It's a little insane what you have to do sometimes, but at least you're working on things like Batman and whatever else it is. But it's always fun.
Hey, does inspiration ever strike at 5:30 in the morning or anything like that, or?
No, I'm sleeping.
Okay.
Coffee strikes
All
at 5:30 in the morning.
I didn't mean to interrupt. What were you holding up to the camera, the Zoom camera there?
Oh, I know. You tell me. What am I holding up?
What is that?
Oh, the bat. Oh, it is the carpet tool from the Batman.
The Tucker.
Yeah,
the Tucker.
It's what he uses to kill the first the mayor. The mayor.
Yeah. Wait.
That's
So
right.
is that the one that was actually used in the movie?
No, this was one that they made for the sound crew. Actually, they made it, and it's heavy as any. It's really heavy. So when you hold it, you understand. You're just like, oh, that would be horrible.
Yeah, he butchers him. Yeah. Well, obviously,
you wouldn't want that.
massive fans of what you did that work, and Preston was just playing, the riff on it, and I was unfamiliar reading about this. Is exotic a technical classification of music, or is it something you created as a label? Okay.
It's sort of like, you remember in the 60s, they would have those albums, and they were done by these amazing people named like Arthur Lyman, Martin Denny, or Les Baxter, all of those. And it was sort of this wave that happened at the time of sort of tropical, easy breezy, sort of, imagination fueled music. And
They were for cocktail
that
parties.
stuff.
Yeah, for like
Yes.
yeah.
And I loved those. That my dad had some of those in the record collection, and I loved them so much. And honestly, it's like all I would ever listen to if I could take one group of albums with me to like a desert island, it would probably be all of those style albums. So I had always thought, like, wouldn't it be fun to kind of take something like Up or Star Trek and do it in that style? And so that's what this album is. It's a full album, volume 1 of everything I've ever done.
Oh, that's
since
awesome.
I started, which is also kind of scary because like it says, when I start looking at like press releases for it and things, and it says for over 20 years. Yeah, I was like, what? What have I done? 20 years? What?
No, well, you can look back. Obviously, you have an accomplished career. That's something to be proud of. But it is interesting. I love when and it's you doing it, riffing on your own stuff. So you had Travelogue Volume 1 with the Nouvelle Orchestra. Is this the unofficial sequel? Does this have any DNA connected?
Well, no, well, not really. Other than like it does feed my fuel. It does fuel my love of this type of music, and I think that there will be a volume 2 of Travelogue someday. It's one of those things I have in my head. I want to work on. I want to do it. And this also is a volume 1, as you noticed.
Yes.
Maybe, or maybe I'm just destined to keep doing volume 1s of things.
Well,
We'll find out.
it's kind of interesting because the Travelogue Volume 1 is sort of a soundtrack in search of a movie, and these are all movies. And it occurs to me, obviously, you were on a run with obviously Werewolf by Night, and you're directing, and we're taking it. I'm going to ask you a few questions about your directorial career, but it seems like this has sort of re-sparked a not that you ever lose your love of music, but are you now wholly into the composing and performing this? Is this something that's fueling everything now?
Yeah, I think that you get to a point where you're like, okay, the movie score thing, I've done so many of them, and there is a day where you wake up and go, wait, what am I doing for me? What am I doing for me? I want to do some things for me. And,
right.
And what I like to say about an album like this is something that no one in their right mind asked for. Nobody wanted this except for me. And I was just lucky enough to find a partner in Mutant Records to say, hey, yeah, let's make this thing. Why not? Let's do it. Otherwise, it would have been just me in the basement sitting there pretending, So I feel lucky to be able to do it. And it is nice to put these things in between the normal stuff because it just it reignites my love for what I'm doing when I'm writing scores. Otherwise, like sometimes, like what it's like. Sometimes work is work, and everyone can look at the grass is always greener, right? So, but once you get into it, work is work, and it's hard, and you're constantly doing it, and you're doing the best you can. So it is important, I think, sometimes to just take a sidestep and do something weird and something different.
Well, I did see something weird and different. I'm not a big scroller of social media, but I did stumble upon a video that you posted on Instagram the other day of you, and I didn't catch who it was. We're at a piano, and you were goofing on the Star Wars theme.
Yeah, me and Ben Schwartz.
Ben Schwartz. That was Ben Schwartz.
yeah.
Son of a bitch. And you, what were you doing? You were just...
Well, there's a couple of those videos that exist, actually, that Ben and I made. And that one was the first one we did, which was, just dumb, just stupid dumb.
Yeah.
Hey, he was hanging at the house, and we were just sitting at the piano. We just started singing. He's like, here, play something. So we just started playing, and I acting as if we were writing the Vader's March from, Empire Strikes Back. And then, of course, we put lyrics to it as well,
Right.
and Ben is wonderful at that. So we've done with that one. I think we did the Jaws theme as well.
Awesome.
I think there's a really funny one of he and I at Capitol Records, and I'm giving him a tour, and we're going down the hallway, and at Capitol Records there's all these incredible photos of like Sammy Davis Jr. and Frank Sinatra. So I'm pointing out to these things. Hey, okay, Ben, this is Frank Sinatra, this and that, and he just keeps going. Never heard of him. Don't know him. Never heard of him. Who is he? It was just
That's great.
Ben's
awesome.
the best.
He is hilarious. I love that.
I
guy.
love that.
Quick question, because also on your Instagram page is the video of John Krasinski, and you composed the music for If, and he comes in. It's an emotional experience. Obviously, we're fanboys of yours, Michael, and we have no problem admitting that. I want to ask you, as a composer with a director, he wrote and directed If. I'm going to assume that people are usually blown away by what you do. Have you ever had a reaction that was less than what you hoped for from a director or writer?
I have that reaction from myself all the time. Like when I finish writing something and I really listen back to it, I'm always like, ugh.
Really?
Oh yeah, always. Like, I feel like you're destined to live a life of, that was the best I could do at the time. If I had it now, I would do it better. But I'm going to move on to the next thing so I can just forget about the past. So
when do you? So do you find yourself circling back, and then is that when you get to appreciate what you've done?
Well, you know what happens? So when I did Star Trek in 2009, that was a very hard movie to do. It was a very tough film because that Star Trek comes with so much baggage. So many people have worked on it, and there's been so many musical themes for all over the years. So when I came to it, it was very difficult to do. And it wasn't until 8 years maybe afterwards, after the movie came out, we were performing it live at the Hollywood Bowl after all that time and the whole movie. So I was at the Hollywood Bowl sitting in my seats, and next to me was J.J. Abrams, the director. And as the movie is playing and the audience is having this great time, I have this sudden revelation. Like, I was like, oh, wait, this is good. This movie's good. I like this movie. And I remember turning to JJ and saying, this movie's really good. And he looked at me and he just shrugged his shoulders. And I was just like, so it takes time for you to let go of all the things that you were hoping to do with something and understand that, it's out of your control.
It's a crapshoot. It's all a crapshoot. It's so funny because every time we'll do it, and obviously we're not even, you're a nuclear reactor to our match of level, but you never know.
You don't know.
We were talking
I feel like living an artistic life it's like a series of best guesses.
Yeah.
Right? That's what it is. That's everything we do is like a series of best guesses.
Wow.
But still it's hard. It's hard not to be that critic and look back at what you're doing and saying, I should have done that better, or I could have done that better. You can't help yourself. It's just one of those things. So to answer your question, it takes a while for me to look at something and go, okay, I'm okay with that now.
I'm okay with it.
Yes.
It's funny because we were talking to Mike Post, and we had him on, and he was terrific.
I love Mike.
And he spoke highly of you as well. And he relayed that same sort of thing. It's like, is this kind of what you were looking for?
Come on, think about it. Mike Post wrote the A-Team theme. So let's go. Come on, that's the best. I don't know how you could look at that, but again, that's easy for us to say. Oh, he can't hear it.
Oh, you can't hear it. Oh, we're playing the 18
there
theme
you
right
go.
now.
Yes, I love it. Yes. Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
But it's one of those cases. I mean, here's a guy who was in the Wrecking Crew, and we were talking about,
Yes.
and I mean, for that ability. But again, it's such a funny thing to hear you say that. So let me ask about on the directing side, and I have a bone to pick with you here.
Okay, let's hear it.
Apparently, Werewolf by Night, there is a color version of it. And you had now I love the black and white. I think the black and white worked for exactly, but I'm always curious to see, that riff on it. Is that available anywhere or?
Oh yeah, you can see it on Disney Plus, and I would definitely watch it because it is a very different experience than the black and white version, and it's not just straight up color. It's not like it's the kind of color that you would see in a Hammer horror film.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, the three-strip Technicolor.
It's still super stylized in a way that is really cool to look at. We spent a lot of time on that color version because I knew that if we were going to do a color version, it needed to be special as well, in the same way that the black and white was special.
All right, well then,
now the black and white's always my favorite, of course, but there's some really cool stuff in the color version.
Did you see Godzilla -1?
I loved it.
All right, so
Yes.
they did Godzilla -1 minus color. Which was
I didn't get to see that one.
Yeah, so it looks you feel like you're watching the original Toho.
I love it.
And there is something about it. That is.
Yes,
so I know what you're saying.
It sets you in a mood right away. It immediately puts you in this place. Now, having said that, there are people in the world that the moment you mention black, like on Twitter, there were people saying, "What? It's in black and white." Yep. Well, forget that. I'm not watching that. And I was like, "What is wrong with you? What do you mean you can't watch something in black and white? You don't look at black and white photos? Like if you're scrolling on the internet and there's a black and white photo, you go, "Oh my God, I can't look at that. I can't look at that. I need color." I don't know.
Michael, I wanted to ask you this because I never did a follow-up on this. I had texted you when I went out and saw Dune 2, and I sent you a text, and I said, I think this is the greatest sci-fi movie I've ever seen in my life. And you were like, dude, I'm swamped working right now. I will eventually get out and see it. Did you have a chance to see it?
And I did get to see it. Yes, I loved it too. I thought, the thing what makes me happy is when a big movie like that is, and I know I'm going to say original. It's not original, but it's not something that people have seen. It's not something we've been force-fed for the past 10 years.
Right.
So when something like that comes out and does as well as it has, even though Inside Out 2 has done better, that makes me very, very happy. Makes me very happy.
What did you think of the film's music?
I thought it was great. I thought it was way too loud at times.
It's very loud. Yes.
And sometimes and this is more of a personal taste thing. Like I don't want to be forced out of the experience.
Yes.
And a lot of times it just pushes me out of the experience of the film.
Well, question in the mix, do you as a composer have any say in that at all?
A lot of say.
I did not know that.
Okay, well then let me ask about like Christopher Nolan, because I think he man, his scores are always so loud, like Interstellar especially, and I also felt the same way about Oppenheimer. Who does he use? Hans Zimmer? Is he use Zimmer?
Hans Zimmer in the early days, and then because he did like those first ones, and then we have what's his name? Sorensen.
Okay.
Ludwig is, and by the way, Ludwig is one of the sweetest, nicest people on the planet, and one of the most talented guys out there, and he works his ass off. And when you're on a film like that, with a director like Chris, who is equally as a wonderful a person, Chris is very specific, wants very specific things, and so sometimes that takes iteration after iteration after iteration. So you need a lot of patience to be to work on one of those films. But there is an artistry to it that is undeniable, whether it's your personal taste or not. And I always find something fascinating about those films. I do love that.
It's interesting
because Chris's work.
Because Casey's point, we talked about this, and in fact, it has been even Chris Nolan himself has said that sometimes the way the audio is mixed in his films can make it difficult for the now, like in the case of Dunkirk, where he's using sort of that drone to make you more and more anxious about the men on the beach and so on and so forth, and it works brilliantly. sometimes, but he's always had that, even with Bane in.
Yeah, you're like, what is he saying?
What does he say? But that's part of the deal. Do you ever go and watch the final, the theatrical version of a movie, say in a top level theater, and are you like, man, I can't hear my music? Have you ever had that experience?
I have had that, yeah, sometimes. And, when you're working on these big films with tons of special effects and tons of sound effects, that's part of the game, and you're used to it, and you know that there's a place for everything. But generally, you try to be there and stay involved and make sure. Now, the thing that's the crapshoot is every theater is going to be different. And you think, when you think of the thousands of theaters that are in the United States, and you're sitting there in probably one of the best sound rooms on the planet, mixing your film, and then it's going out to God knows where there's like two speakers aren't even working, or the center is set to the left and the left is sent to the center, and everything. You just have no control over any of this, and so you roll the dice and you hope for the best, and out it goes. And
it's got to be wonderful for you as the artist and composer to watch someone watching one of your scored movies for the first time on a cell phone.
I love it. Nothing better than everyone watching, the newest Batman on a cell phone is the greatest. I love. But what is fun, and what we have done in the past, is on opening night. I remember when Star Trek Into Darkness came out. Everyone went around. It was like Chris Pine and a bunch of people from the cast, and we all sort of went from theater to theater, and you would just go up to the box office, and of course, I'd go up to the box office and they're like, we're sold out. But I'm like, no, and they're like, what? And I just turn around and I just point to Chris Pine, and they go, oh, okay. Yeah. Come on in. And
that helps.
Yes, that helps. So we would go in and you watch a bit of the movie with an audience, and it's really fun to see that, because after so much time working on a film, to be able to share it on that opening night, especially with a fan-based film such as Star Trek, it's a great experience just to go in and watch everyone have such a great time. I love that. So we would bounce from theater to theater and go to several of them through the night, and then go get dinner and just talk about how fun that was. And then that's it. And then you try and do another one.
Yeah, no, and I get it. I have to ask you, because I was doing a little bit of checking to see if I'd seen any progression on it. You're ostensibly working on the remake of Them. What is the status of that right now? Because that's one of the classic sci-fi films of all time.
I love that film so much. It's one of my favorite films. We are in the middle of writing right now. We're in the middle, right smack in the middle of writing. We've started some visual effects development, some previs, some looking at, starting to figure out, okay, what is this thing going to look like? How is it going to act? How's it going to work? We've, a lot of great artwork has been done so far. So it's, we're still in that early fun stage of figuring out exactly what it is. But we have a very solid story that's all set to go. We know exactly what's happening there. And so we're just hammering it all out.
Any ideas to whether you're going to do blend some practical? Because the original had nothing but practical, and they were pretty damn good.
If I have my way, it's going to be all practical as much as possible.
Wow.
Like the idea to do as much practical as possible, and then supplement with CG when you need it, as opposed to just taking this approach of it's just all CG all the time. Or a lot of times what people do, they'll go into these films and not exactly know what they want, and they'll say, well, we'll fix it later, or we'll add it later, and really what that does is just jack up the price tenfold. It just keeps going. But if you make decisions ahead of time about what you want, what you like, and where you're going, you can actually control the price of a film in a way that is that you can't if you're just sort of relying on the visual effects to save your ass.
I love that blend, because if you look at the original, the Starship Troopers, the ships are all physical. They're actual models. And you're combining, and then the very, kind of still holds up. Those CGI,
Yes.
the aliens,
I agree.
Look really
Starship
good.
Troopers is one of my favorites in terms of that, and that's Phil Tippett and his team who did all the visual effects for that. Those guys, and Phil, of course, worked on the original Star Wars films, back in the day. So these are guys that know what they're doing and understand that when you put something real in camera, it automatically allows your brain to believe the rest of everything is real in that frame as well.
It does.
You know, and when it's all CG, your brain does something when it's like it knows that something is not right, so it just sort of accepts it, but it doesn't believe it.
I agree.
You know, but when something's real in there, you're kind of like you're just into the movie.
Yeah.
You know, you don't think about those things. So that's what I really wanted to do on Werewolf, was bring that back, and I certainly want to do even more of that on them. So that is the plan. Yes.
Awesome.
To have giant ants. So you'll have to come out and visit when we're shooting and see a giant ant.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I would love that, because the people, if you're not familiar with the original, the movie is just, it is basically a police procedural that ends up finding out the last thing we wanted to find out, and it's just done so well. And again, so quick question, black and white or color?
Oh man. Well, I think, you know, at this point it's set for color, but who knows? I think I would love it in black and white.
Yeah.
Every time I take one of the visual development images that we're working on and I put it in black and white, I'm like, I would love to do that. You know, I want to do that. We'll see.
If you're just jumping in, Michael Giacchino is joining us from his home in Los Angeles, and he is we're promoting or hitting the fact that he has the exotic themes for the silver screen. Joining us via Zoom. By the way, Michael, Steve and I both have microphone envy of you.
Yeah, well, I know. I love this microphone.
He has a giant,
really great.
it looks like an old ribbon mic
It
in
is.
front of you. Yeah.
Yes, it is. But I mean, it's a new one, but it's made to look like that.
What's the brand?
This is AKG.
Okay. Yeah, it looks very cool. You have it hanging down old style broadcaster style, which is very cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know. I love it. It's you know, during the pandemic when all of us were looking for things, how do we keep busy? I was like, well, that's new microphones. What kind of new things do you know? So this room is filled with things that were, you know, boredom sort of purchases.
Yes, and you are a collector of all kinds of cool stuff.
I just got something cool.
Okay, I was going to ask.
Yeah, we have to, because you've got a great room of toys.
So do you see this?
Yeah.
This is a torch, right? This is a torch that you can light, and this is from the original 1933 King Kong.
Oh my God! From the set of the original King Kong.
Yes, from the set of the original. Isn't that crazy?
That is tremendous.
Where are you shopping for this stuff, Michael?
It's a rabbit hole you don't want to get into. Trust me. Over there, I have a helmet from one of the original Star Trek films too. It's like, oh
my God,
you know, it's just, I don't know.
There's something about it, and so you know, I just got, speaking of the Batman, I just got my Rob Pattinson. I got a large from Sideshow of him on the Bat, the Bat Cycle. It's a great piece. There is
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, it looks sensational. And the lamp on the motorcycle lights up, and it's terrific. But there's something about that tactile touching that thing that was, you're touching something that was on the original King Kong set.
Yes, I think about the prop guy who was like, all right, give me those, gathering them all up, get them all. He's like numbering them, making sure that he has all 50 torches in his little box and then wheeling them off. I think about that guy. Like when I hold something like that, I think about the people that actually had to build this thing and then keep track of it. And then because I know that's a hard job when you're a prop master. It's very difficult because you're constantly corralling and making sure nothing gets lost.
Right.
And knowing exactly what was used in every scene. It's not an easy job. So I think about that guy who was probably wearing a tie in a 100-degree soundstage somewhere in Los Angeles, you know, with flannel pants or something. It's just like, oh man, what a time.
Are you ever underwhelmed by some of that stuff? Because I'll give you an example. I was at Mann's, the theater in Hollywood, and you can take a tour inside, and they've got all kinds of props and things like that. And they have in there some of the original props, the actual 10 Commandments from the 10 Commandments. They're made out of styrofoam.
Of course.
I guess I know that, but I was kind of like, man, those look kind of cheap. But they are
well, in Lost, when they had the Virgin Mary statues, there was a couple that were made that were porcelain, so they feel like real, but most of them were just plastic and painted to look like porcelain, you know, because they're just cheap. Cheapest way. So it's just going to be on film for one day. So you're like, all right, don't spend that much money.
Right.
I want to ask you, Lost, speaking of Lost, because you're a part of so many things that are iconic and you know, these franchises and so on and so forth. But I think Lost sits in a pocket that is unique because it represents for us, and I don't think it was probably the last gasp of the communal watching of a series where you felt, at least to my mind, where the nation was dialed in at a specific time. Even just the phenomenon of a TiVo or the delayed viewing was really not as robust back then. And you're right there. Does that hold a special place in your psyche and in your heart, being a part of that?
You know, people always ask, what's the favorite thing you've ever worked on, or what do you like the best, or what's of your music, what do you like the best? And I'm like, well, it's not really about that. It's really about the project and the people that I got to work with. And Lost will always be number one on that list for me. It's my favorite thing I've ever worked on. It's the one thing that I don't mind going back and doing concerts for. I don't mind doing events for it, because I made some of my best friends on that show. And it was, usually those kinds of things are like high school. Once it's over, you're like, we'll talk. You never talk. You don't see anyone again.
Yeah.
And maybe there's 4 or 5 people. That's about it that you were from the hundreds in high school. Lost was something that I made these connections with people, and they never broke. And it was just an experience unlike anything I've ever had.
I love to hear that, and I like the LAX theme and the other things.
Which we also just released as well for the album. Yeah,
I'll say this: there's so much of that music can instantly make me tear up, and there. It's funny. I've gone through this situation. We all did with Lost, where it's like, okay, and obviously there's the ending, whatever. It happened, but I always say for all
the ending is good. I'm going to defend the ending. I like the ending.
Listen, for years it provided us with phenomenal television viewing, and it was just an incredible thing. And I think now it's like, I think Game of Thrones caught the same crap, where at the end.
Agreed.
Right. So
I didn't hate that ending either. And some people just will destroy years with their opinion of the ending, destroy years of amazing entertainment.
Look at the run you had of all that great
it's
time.
About the experience, right? It's about the experience. And I agree with you, especially in the sense that streaming has sort of destroyed the idea of a community of people doing something together at the same time, streaming has its place, but when people are forced to get something at a particular time and only at that time, it creates a community.
It does.
Right? Because then the next day you can't wait to talk to all your friends about what it was that you all saw together, or you will gather together and watch it together. We would do that. Every time Lost, like the neighbors would come over and we'd all watch it together.
We had huge viewing parties with hundreds of listeners, and it became
theaters.
That was in theaters was tremendous.
Fun.
It's funny you should mention that, because I remember, and some of my most clear, lucid memories. I remember the morning after the original The Night Stalker with Darren McGavin aired on the Tuesday night movie of the week on a school bus with a bus full of kids. Did you see that? And it was, and how many decades ago was that? And we just couldn't process it. And it was all you thought about. And that sort of thing is when you can catch it again.
Yes.
It'll never be like that, but it is such a joy.
It's so great, and now everything is so disparate, right? So everyone is watching things at different times, at different whatever. Did you see this series, And it's not even, did you see this episode? Did you see this series?
Right.
Because they'll just watch the entire thing and then tell their friends, and their friends, I haven't seen that yet. Oh, I got to see that. And it creates this sort of disjointed communication and relationship between each other. So I don't know. I love it when things are just like, it's there. That's why movies still barely hanging on with that,
Well, it's funny. We were talking, we had Kevin Costner in the studio, and his movie Horizon came out, which is, it didn't do as well as they had hoped, because it's part of a longer series. Yeah. But I saw it. I love Westerns. I love this movie. I thought it was super well done. And but again, you're asking people to, can you wait? This is part one,
right?
And they believe that because it was part one, it impacted the box office. Of course, you might have had something to do with that as well, with your film work and box office and what opened up against it. But still, it is that thing, and I think it's a harder ask these days. So let me ask you. Yes. Sometimes they'll roll out an episode per week. If you're getting weak, will you binge a show if you're caught up in it, or can you show discipline?
There's so many shows available that it's impossible to watch them as they come out, right?
Yeah.
And the one, there have been times that I have binged a show. Yes, just because I get hooked on something and I'll just watch all of them.
Does the title come to mind?
And Breaking Bad was one of the first ones I ever I was like, I put off watching it because I kept thinking, this is gonna be upsetting. It's gonna be very violent. I don't want to watch it. And I watched the first episode, and then I just didn't leave the couch for like 2 weeks. Yeah, and I watched everything.
Because I was going to ask you this earlier, and is there somebody you haven't worked with yet that you would love to work with? Because you had mentioned Breaking Bad and Vince Gilligan. I love the way he uses music in his shows and stuff. Is there anybody out there, whether it be television or film, that you have yet to work with that is on your short list?
You know what? All the people on my short list that I want to work with are dead.
Oh man,
they're all gone. Like there's and that's why I do things like this album, the exotic themes album, things like that, because I'm reaching back to a time where I was these heroes who did things that I loved. The guys like Martin Denny and Arthur Lyman and Les Baxter. Those are a subset of heroes that I have, and so I feel like everything I do is reaching backwards, into time to try and to be so.
It's nostalgia. It's comforting. And on that point, I'll tell you someone I think is going to go nuts for this album. Tim Burton clearly is a fan of this kind of music as well. He incorporates it. Ed Wood has a lot of this music
Oh my
style.
God, that's a great movie, isn't it?
Yeah. It's maybe that and Big Fish might be my two favorite Burton films, but it has a lot of that sort of. I don't know what the instruments are, that whether it's xylophone or
marimba and vibraphone.
When you hear marimba, vibraphones,
right?
You hear like some hand percussion, all of those things. It's very much absolutely. I know, I love it. It would be fun to do like a concert of this stuff one day. Just a
you do it here.
Yes, I would love to do it.
Upend your life, come do it here, and we'll be all over it.
Find me a venue where we can do tiki drinks. And have the room for the band for the concert, and we're on.
This will be Michael Giacchino's version of Roots, the Roots concert.
Yes,
the Roots,
the picnic. We'll work on that. Before we wrap, Michael, I wanted to ask you something because you are a yearly attendee of Burning Man, and we had unfortunately had Pierre Robert go out on the 1 year. You should not go to Burning Man as a monsoon hit the desert.
Out there. Yeah. It was just it was like on one of the last days I was there actually, and this guy comes wandering up to me, and finds our camp, I don't know how. Because it was a mess there. It was crazy. We had a great time. We still had an amazing week, but and he was like, "Hey, Michael, I'm Pierre Robert," and my head was just like, "What is happening right now? Why are you here?" My brain just exploded. Nothing was making sense, But it was so great to see him there, and it was, and I could tell in his face he had fun, but he was also like,
he was a little traumatized.
Exactly.
And I think we should encourage him to give it another go. Do you think?
Oh, he's got to go back, absolutely, because I do think he did see the potential for what it is, and I think he had a great time in some respects, but. Yeah, that was not the week he was expecting.
Oh no, you're clearly kindred spirits on the concept, but also the fact that he lugged out a full mummer's costume.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
It was so funny, but I felt so great to be able to meet him and see him that day. That was amazing. That was incredible. So what a legend.
You planning to go this year as well?
Well, that's the plan this year. There's a couple of interesting things that we have going, and there's a big concert at the Hollywood Bowl we're doing with Marvel.
Oh,
so it's going to be a big Marvel concert at the Hollywood Bowl with the LA Phil. And so I'm tied into that in certain ways, and I'm thinking about I want to do that. That's a special thing. So I don't know yet. We're still mapping out what's going to happen.
Excellent.
So we'll do Exotic Fest here, and that'll take the place of the Burning Man. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Well, set it up and I'm there.
So-
Let's get Nick on it. Nick, do that thing you do. What is that? What happens?
Exotic Themes for the silver screen is available now, and you can obviously get it on Spotify or anywhere. You can download music. I'll play a little bit on the way out of the Batman theme.
No, this is LAX.
Oh, this is LAX.
Yeah.
This is great.
This is from Lost. This is really cool too. Very vibey, awesome stuff. Michael, always a treat to talk to you. Thank you so much for checking in with us,
So
bud.
great to hear and see all of you, and I hope to be there in person in the studio soon.
Excellent, bud. All right, we'll see you. Michael Giacchino, gang. The one and only. Greatest film composer ever in our minds, for sure. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in just a second. We got some B-File stories on the way, so stay with us.
Spotties.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday, Preston looks at me and goes, what's going on? I go, I'm just trying to get my head out of my ass.
Yep. So you're done talking now.
What?
Okay. What is on your show today?
There was once a time.
Oh, is that you doing that, Steve? I'm like, where's that noise coming from?
Beautiful day. Then I found myself camping. That part's wrong because I wouldn't camp.
Oh.
That part's wrong in my own story.
And well,
I'd like to correct my story.
A Motel 6 is camping for me.
You going to U2 tonight?
Yes, yes! And you have access to it, right? You can be on premises, yes?
Something to talk about.
Thank God.
Oh, my God, yes. It's like a first date.
Oh, my God. We found something in common.
I like spaghetti, too.
I have a follow-up question. Do you think that the band will do anything for the radio station? I believe they've been made aware that it's the 50th birthday, but I don't know if they're planning on saying anything.
I don't know. There could be something from the stage, possibly.
May I recommend something?
Yes.
Put like a coil of speaker wire over your shoulder, put your hair in a ponytail, hold a Guinness, and pretend you're a roadie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Because, but again, I
cannot
right.
affect an Irish accent like you can.
Well, just pretend you could, in fact, make it a horrible one.
Okay.
You know?
Oh, goshly.
Gosh.
You just say, oh, Gershly. The hell does that mean? This man's an imposter. Don't just tackle him, shoot him.
Oh, Garshly Bob Bono. I've got.
My name is not Bob Bono.
I've got to tie me shoe.
Bob Bono.
Bob Bono. I remember you back when you were playing the clubs, don't you know?
Don't you know? Potatoes. Potatoes and leprechauns, right?
And
Am I right?
Yo.
Mr. Bono just goes, "This one of us, potatoes and leprechauns." Am I right?
Wow.
Shillelaghs, right, guys?
Shillelaghs, potatoes, and leprechauns. Right, everybody?
I love this text from somebody that says, I think you two just canceled. Case, we got to get you on one of those water jet packs.
Oh my God, I would love that.
We've got to get you on that. So I know they do.
Where's
have
the
them.
closest one?
They've got them down there somewhere.
AC they do.
We talked about it last year or the year before, and people said that they are available in certain spots. Very, very expensive to rent. But
Are they?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I've heard. I don't know if that's the case or
Maybe
not.
we get a knockoff one.
A knockoff jetpack. But I personally would love to go on one of those things, but I'm dying to see you on one.
You see the dudes who are able to flip down and go underwater and dive it down and come back up?
Since they've had those out now for several years, there's people that have mastered them, and they can do all kinds of spinny, wild, crazy things in the air and then dive down in and back up.
I'm afraid that I would jetpack myself right down into the water and not be able to right myself, and then just
go down to the bottom and stay there.
Yes,
Down to
just
the bottom of the
continue
ocean.
to thrust myself.
We're watching video footage. They now have them where you can strap them on your feet.
Yeah.
That's
it's basically just a board.
That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I wouldn't do that one. I would not do that one.
Killed on these.
Casey, who would be more?
Just screaming down to the ocean floor.
Where's Daddy? Any kids? Anybody see Daddy?
Please welcome welcome Lil Rel Howery to the show.
What up? What
This
up?
morning,
What it
Rel.
do? I'm excited. Thanks for having me.
You bet, man. Thanks for coming in. For those who may not be familiar with you, you've had so many great, awesome roles, and you won the MTV Movie Award for Best Comedic Performance in the movie Get Out. That had to have been a nice little feather in the cap getting an award for that.
Yeah, it's actually really dope because also last night my friend Tiffany Haddish received the same award.
Yeah. Yes.
We just took it. I told her this morning, like, back-to-back years.
And she's in Uncle Drew.
Yeah, she's in Uncle Drew also, which is such a fun movie, man, we did.
So explain for people who are familiar, they may have seen the commercials. There were the commercials were featuring the character of Uncle Drew. Explain what Uncle Drew is about.
So it started from, so people don't know this, Kyrie came up with Uncle Drew, and
He created it?
It's based on his dad. Because his dad still plays basketball. So he basically created this old, he's better as an older version of his dad, but his dad still plays all the time. Just this older guy who's on the court still balling dudes.
Yeah. So it was him who came up with the idea of this. This guy who sort of schools some street ballers.
And the first time he did, I think we always forget. So they did it in Chicago first, and nobody knew who it was. So it was actually a real court, real game. He showed up in the old man stuff, balled everybody out. I didn't even know it was Kyrie until maybe like the fourth commercial.
Yeah, because it was hard. The makeup was done, first off, very well. You could obviously see body-wise, the guy, it would have been an exemplary shape. But the facial makeup was very well done.
It was very well done. That's what was so amazing about the movie with all the prosthetics, with all the players.
Yeah.
I'm almost forgot how everybody looked in real life.
Did you?
Because they'll be in there for 5 hours. So when I show up on set, they already old. And when I left, they were still old. So I literally forgot how everybody looked until Kyrie did that press conference when he went to the Celtics. And I was like, oh. That's your face.
Well, in the movie, so you have a team.
Yeah.
And you have your adversary is Nick Kroll, which is borderline science fiction that he's got, but I got it. So he's your adversary because he plays a good prick. So you guys are playing off against each other. He sort of steals he just crushes you. He's your adversary.
Yeah, he's destroyed my life in different times.
So that spurs you on to
have to find somebody to help me, and that's when I heard about Uncle Drew from different people, like the guys at the barbershop tell me about him, but I've never seen him.
It's a stuff of legend, but you figure you'll explore it.
Like, come on, whatever.
Yeah.
So it was like when Dax, his name, my character, discovers Drew, was really by mistake. This is after I couldn't find any new players to play on my team. Went around all these different playgrounds, and I just happened to be at a playground and see Drew take on this dude one-on-one. That's when I approached him.
And so what his one deal is, he'll do it, but he has to be able to pick his own teammates.
Right, that's where the story gets hilarious and fun. That it's taking this road trip to pick up all these other old dudes.
And you're getting older versions of these great players.
Shaq and Reggie Miller.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Preston mentioned Get Out.
Yeah.
We had Jordan Peele in, I guess he was still working on Get Out. He was in promoting, I think it was Keanu.
Yeah.
And it became clear as we were talking that he was just a huge horror fan in this whole thing. And he was simultaneously sort of excited but nervous about what Get Out would be. None of you could have seen how this would take off the way it did.
No, I mean, when we did it, it was one of those things where like either this is gonna do well or it's not, right? And it wasn't a big budget, so we all did do it because we love Jordan Peele, and I just love the script. Once the trailer came out and then we went to reshoot the ending, I'm like, oh, I think this is gonna do good.
What was your first indication? Was it the
reshoot? It was the trailer.
The trailer.
It was the trailer.
Yeah,
the way when my family started calling me, like, we can't wait to see this. I'm like, oh, this is a thing.
Yeah.
Why did you reshoot the ending?
Well, I wanted to ask about that too, because I watched both endings, and we don't want to betray what happens at the end of the movie.
Wait, I didn't know there's two.
It's on the disc.
On the disc.
You get it on.
You can see the original.
They actually got it on YouTube too. I mean, the original ending.
Which one did you like better? Before you go into the story about that.
I appreciate the original because it was real.
Yep.
But then also I knew as a fan of movies, we just needed a hero, man.
Yeah, it needed to have a more satisfying ending. I know what you mean.
People would have left the theater with different energy if we would have kept. Because when I saw the first cut, it was with the original ending, and I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was.
But you know what? Because he's I mean here's the difference. Horror, and they'll say horror comedy. I like my horror. You can have some comedy, and you provide the comedy. And
But you know what made it work, though? Because Jordan wrote it real.
He wrote it real. Yes, you can tell.
All I was the audience that watched the movie.
And that's why it works. When they try to yuck it up, that's when they screw it up, because that would have undermined what is really a brilliant horror movie that works on multiple levels.
Yeah. And what was masterfully done was that the trailer thought you were getting into one thing and the movie got you into something else. And you're like, whoa. That's hard to pull off.
How much of your character of the... First off, do you ever have to go through TSA ever now?
So I'll tell you something funny about that. They show love when I showed them. Oh man, we appreciate you, but you still got to take your shoes off. So I still get no real love. I still got to do everything. They still do it. Like they take their job more seriously now, which is crazy. Like,
well, you give them a sense of pride. Was there any on-set ad-libbing because you seem so natural? Your simultaneous pride and condemnation of him for going in the first place.
So the funny thing about it is, I thought I was saying stuff that was scripted, and then we did a panel, and Jordan was like, nah, this is you just saying stuff.
Wow, that's great.
But he let me do that. He'll have, like, we'll do the takes where I do everything scripted, and I do a real take. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, if anyone's going to appreciate comedic ability.
It's Jordan. Yeah, that's why he's a great director.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, talking about being on the set and improving lines, and we have Adam McKay as a friend of the show, and he says he'll laugh when someone's riffing on set and doing the deal, and that actually encourages the actors. You as a performer, when you're doing something, do you like to hear response, or does it throw you off? Because technically, you're not supposed to be hearing someone laughing, but how does it work?
Well, that's the thing. It depends on what it is. Like, so for instance, like, it's not, I'm trying to plug this, but I got a show on Fox this year called Real, a sitcom.
Yes.
I like a live studio audience because I like to hear it right away. It's easy to write to that. I give you a perfect example of not that environment is doing Get Out. I kept trying to make Daniel, who played, I just wanted to make him laugh. Like, he had to be sad. So I'm like saying all this crazy. That's why when you see those outtakes of me doing it, it's me trying to make him laugh, trying to break him. So, like,
awesome.
They'll yell cut, and we have to give him 2 minutes to just laugh.
Yeah.
Because he's so good. He was just, I'm like, I got to break this dude. But he was such a really good actor, man.
Guys, let's give it up for Lil Rel Howery.
Thank you for having me.
I noticed that there was another video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Oh, our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet. But he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on, because it just sort of swept across. It became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet.
Yeah.
And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned. He has had 3 before. He needs this 4th $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel, so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not distressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this negative press painting me.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Mini Melts of America. Get Mini Melts ice cream delivered right to your door on the Wawa app. You're just a few clicks away from enjoying your favorite Mini Melts flavor. Download the Wawa app today. Man has been caught trying to smuggle more than 100 live snakes into mainland China by cramming them into his pants.
How the hell do they do this?
The unnamed traveler was stopped by customs officers as he sought to slip out of the semi-autonomous Hong Kong and into the border of Shenzhen. Upon inspection, customs officers discovered that the pockets of the trousers that the passenger was wearing
were packed with 6 canvas drawstring bags and sealed with tape. Once they were opened, each bag was found to contain live snakes in all kinds of shapes and sizes and colors.
I'm going to figure that skinny jeans are never employed.
Yeah.
Officers seized 104 of the reptiles, including milk snakes and corn snakes, many of which were non-native species. An accompanying video showed 2 border agents peering into transparent plastic bags filled with squirming red, pink, and white snakes.
Dude.
China is one of the world's biggest animal trafficking hubs, but authorities have cracked down on the illicit trade in recent years. The country's biosecurity and disease control laws forbid people from bringing in non-native species without permission.
What if one of those things gets out just a millimeter from your nutsack?
Yep, it's going to be a bad day.
Yeah.
So, meeting a celebrity is, of course, exciting, but it's probably safe to assume they don't need your money. A woman in Suffolk, England, started following a Facebook page that she thought was being run by Kevin Costner.
Oh, no.
And was then flooded with messages telling her that she could become an official fan by purchasing a voucher with Apple gift cards.
Oh, no.
Which would also give her a chance to meet Kevin Costner. She was then told that she had been scammed, and it would take another purchase of over $1,000 to actually meet the Yellowstone star.
Well, since we are dear friends of Kevin Costner's, call us if anything like this happens again.
Please. We'll tell you if it's true or not. The chain of scams continued, including a deep fake video of Costner himself telling her that she had been scammed and then making another offer. Bottom line, celebrities are not running Facebook pages to collect Apple gift cards.
No, never.
Right.
Yeah. So as side gigs go, you wouldn't expect prostitution as the choice for a circus clown, but this is the world we live in. Francis Bui, a 28-year-old who works as a circus clown under the name The Amazing Franco, offered to perform condom-free sex acts in an online ad for $100 an hour.
No, keep the big shoes on.
But unfortunately for him, the person he agreed to meet for his side hustle was an undercover cop. He told police it was his first time prostituting himself, and he knew it was wrong, but he needed to supplement his income with returning from traveling with the circus.
So is he technically a sad clown?
I guess so.
Yeah.
You sad clown.
Yeah, you sad prostitute clown.
Here's a follow-up. The Ohio women, 2 Ohio women, I should say, have been sentenced for taking the dead body of an 80-year-old man, loading it into a car, and then taking it through the bank drive-thru to withdraw money from his account. The plan
I'd like some money, please.
worked in short term as the teller let them withdraw $900 after they drove to a hospital and dropped his body off without identifying themselves or the man.
Good afternoon, ladies.
They were identified and arrested after one of the women called the hospital later to ID the body.
Oh, it's a hot one today, isn't it?
63-year-old Karen Cosbum and 56-year-old Lorene Bay Ferrallo
These are my daughters.
both pleaded guilty to a felony charge of gross abuse of a corpse, and each had a misdemeanor theft charge as well.
God, ghoulish.
Yeah. Health officials in Colorado are investigating a human case of the bubonic plague.
What?
It was confirmed in Pueblo County on a person. The infection was first reported Friday based on preliminary test results, while the source of the infection is still being tracked down. Program manager of the Office of Communicable Diseases and Emergency Preparedness said that plague can be treated successfully with antibiotics, but an infected person must be treated promptly to avoid serious complications or death. We advise all individuals to protect themselves and their pets from plague. The plague is caused by a bacterium called Yersinia pestis, and it is described as an infectious disease typically spread by fleas, once known as the Black Death, which killed millions in Europe, in the Middle East, and North Africa as well during the Middle Ages. It circulates naturally among wild rodents, and in rare cases infects humans and their pets. The last urban plague epidemic in the United States occurred in Los Angeles in 1924, but since then the plague has occurred only as scattered cases in rural areas.
Yeah. Bubonic plague is nothing to screw around with. There was a Jeopardy question the other night, and I was half listening, and maybe it's the flea element, but that they say that, and I was half hearing, so I apologize if this is dramatically incorrect, that it happens that the point of being infected often occurs around the genitals. Because fleas would gravitate towards that
to a warmer area.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, you just made it even worse.
Yes.
All right.
If there was a way to make the bubonic plague worse.
All right. this is interesting because of the name of this maneuver or anomaly. So investigators say a Southwest Airlines jet that experienced an unusual Dutch roll in flight had been parked outside during a storm and then underwent routine maintenance, after which pilots noticed odd movements of the rudder pedals. This is the second story I've heard of a plane having a Dutch roll. That's
Wouldn't
why.
it suck if you were hungry and you fell asleep when they were giving out the Dutch rolls?
I know. They're so delightful.
Do you have any more of those rolls?
Yeah, those Dutch rolls. After the May 25th incident, Southwest mechanics found substantial damage in the aircraft's tail where the rudder is located, but the National Transportation Safety Board said Tuesday that it hasn't determined when the damage occurred. The plane,
See
Boeing,
that button that says Dutch roll? Don't push that.
the Boeing 737 MAX was grounded for more than a month, but resumed flights last week. A Dutch roll is a swaying, rhythmic combination of yaw, or the tail sliding sideways, and the wingtips rocking up and down. So it does this little
yaw.
It sounds like it might be kind of fun, actually.
Very sexy, yeah.
At 34,000 feet, and again after descending 32,000 feet, it had this issue. The condition can be dangerous, and modern planes have a yaw damper to stop.
Crazy.
Did you hear the audio from inside the plane when they were doing it?
No.
Oh, we have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. People were scared.
Yeah, definitely. At least that young lady
one
was.
woman was, yeah. So after the plane landed, Southwest mechanics found fractures in the metal bracket and ribs that hold a backup power control unit to the rudder system. Investigators examined the damaged parts last week.
Did you see that settlement, that Boeing settlement? That was huge because of stuff with the 737. And they basically said, okay.
No kidding.
We were aware of a lot of that.
Wow. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Casey, you wanted to do a shout out?
I got to do a shout out right now because all of these people are listening. So about a year ago, I met these people for the very first time when we were in the Grand Canyon. And so this group of people, one is actually... one guy named Evan is a big fan of the show. Evan is actually from our area. I'd never met him before. He was a super nice guy. Got me a birthday sash because I turned 48 in the Grand Canyon. And I woke up with him, giving me the birthday sash and the cars and everything like that. But I want to give a special shout out to Craig and Christina and Jay and Evan and Lisa. Lisa, who is Craig's sister, Lisa lives in Florida. But anyway, I met all these guys in the Grand Canyon last year, and we have been friends ever since. We have this group text, and they're in Wildwood this weekend. We're all going to hang out.
Excellent.
So I want to give them a special shout out. So this is for you.
Okay, so they all coming to Wildwood just because to hang out with you?
Yeah, so I
awesome.
offered up my cousin's house for them to come down. He's got the space for it. So, yeah. And I know you're going to be down there for a night or whatever, but you want to pop by and say hello and meet these guys.
Awesome.
I know at least Lisa's been listening ever since. I don't know about Craig or Christina, but I know they're all listening right now.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, welcome to the area, gang. Have a good time at Casey's cousin's house. Tear it up. Go crazy.
Go crazy. Listen, do whatever you want. I don't care. It's not my house.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get lesson question, trash, and music news, so stay with us.
Prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small town preacher, living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, I could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a 54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Bucksco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxton Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Bucksco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you.
Okay, go. Straight. Heel wheel.
I feel like there's probably another route this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was. Oh, that's Aronimink. No. Oh, Marion. Sorry. That's the one you just said? Marion. No, the other one.
Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got it! But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct.
Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee, and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Bucksco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework, because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day: Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far, so I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So I will
ladies
go.
first is what we're going to do. So, Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? Geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker!
I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what Giggles whatever is, but...
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
Okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh.
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year
He didn't.
Target opened?
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county, man.
I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
Rude chili.
Yeah.
Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the
I
ball.
will say,
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right. You call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep, I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh, my God. What is
presidents.
it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think
I
about
know.
Work from your seat
Man,
backwards.
it's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's a little railing outside. Statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
King George the second. I've not been. So have you been there? We should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it to a T. Exactly
All right.
where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I've closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and
For
drink.
how much?
For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And this, if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
I better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza.
Oh my God! Costs how much?
Is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza is cut into
You can
how
do
many
a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you
Drawing
want to
the
do.
pizza. There's the box.
Round. and
It's a
then there's
rectangular
line.
shape, right, Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put the sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Right.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got that. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County, 1,070 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. There's a viral video of them performing Mr. Brightside as the crowd at their London show celebrated England's Euro 2024 semifinal win over the Netherlands. They stopped the concert and they watched the last couple minutes
cool.
of the match, and then this confetti comes down, and then they went into Mr. Brightside. It was really cool.
Excellent.
Yeah. All right, it is 13 minutes after 10 o'clock. It is a Friday morning for the Preston and Steve Show. We will give away our Word of the Week prize in just a little bit, but at the moment, we are going to give away something else. We have a lesson questions, pair of tickets as MMR rocks. Third Eye Blind, the Summer Gods Tour, the Yellow Card in Arizona, and it's tonight at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. So call only if you can go to the show, and if you know the answer to this. What do you call a fan of crinkle-cut fries? Or actually, Steve is a certain kind of crinkle-cut fry fan. and he gave himself a name. What was that name? If you heard that earlier this morning, 215-263-WMMR. Call right now and let us know. While you are calling in, we will do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Rita's. You can head out to Rita's and try the new Nerds Grape Ice. Try it in a gelati topped with new Rainbow Baby Nerds or mixed into a gelati blender drink. Be cool, eat a Rita's. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Death Valley issuing a warning to hikers saying that temperatures will be exceeding 130 degrees this weekend. Park rangers say if you're still intent on hiking Death Valley, skip the clothes and just cut leg and arm holes in a coffin.
Oh, my God.
Hold on a minute.
You want me to replay the thing for you?
I hit the button and now we're playing the wrong.
Now you just got to go through the intro again. That's all.
We're playing the.
I just thought I graduated.
Congratulations, by
Thank
the way,
you.
Steve. We're all very proud of you. And
Your joke has now earned you all the credit you need.
You're destined for great things.
Yes.
All right. So before we get to story number 2,
The trash business is a gold.
we have to. I can't come in the middle of this.
you
have to play. Well, no, literally, I have to.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
So, all right, Steve. What's story number 2?
Well, Amethyst, the 30-year-old drag superstar of RuPaul's Drag Race season 15, coming out in a post on social media. In a related story, Guinness Book recorded a new world record when 5.1 million people simultaneously exclaimed, "A duh."
Yeah.
Ow. And finally, Patrick Mahomes Sr. has been arrested driving with an invalid license after it was revoked for a DUI conviction. Patrick Sr. says he thought he had reactivated when he switched from alcohol to cocaine.
All right, I realized why I hit the button too early. Nobody knows the answer to the lesson question today.
Really?
Yep. So I will mention it again and see if you do indeed know it. Steve described himself as a certain kind of fan of crinkle cut fries. What word did he use to describe that? 215-263-WMMR is the number. Actually, Marissa's talking to somebody. Because keep in mind, somebody who has to go to the concert tonight, too.
True, yes, and that's a restriction. Actually, I even remember this one, and I often don't remember it.
Okay, we will go. Hang on.
It's for tonight.
All right, it's for tonight. Hang on. I'm going to go to Chad. Hey, Chad, good morning.
Hello.
Chad, what? What'd you say?
What's going on?
Oh.
I didn't hear what you said. What'd you say?
I thought you said no.
Nah.
All right, so what do you call a fan of crinkle cut fries?
Oh, dude, I don't know. I didn't fucking hear the question. Oh, excuse my phone.
Oh, Jesus
What are you calling
Christ.
him for?
Okay.
He just wanted to call and drop an F-bomb real quick.
Yeah.
I just want to say curse on the air. Can I do that? I'll call in next Monday with the C word.
All right, well, we'll come back to this. If you know a call, we're going to do
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we'll start with this. The Beastie Boys are suing the parent company of Chili's in a case that accuses the chain restaurant of running an advertisement that used the trio's smash hit Sabotage without their permission.
Uh-oh.
The group, in a federal case filed Wednesday in New York, alleged Brinker International created a Chili's ad that used significant portions of Sabotage and ripped off the song's music video. During debuting in 1994, the music video for Sabotage, the group's 3 members donned wigs, fake mustaches, and sunglasses in a parody of 1970s crime television shows. And the lawsuit accused Brinker of creating a Chili's social media ad in 2022 that used parts of the song alongside a video of 3 people wearing 70s-style disguises, stealing ingredients from a Chili's
That's
restaurant.
right out of the video.
So it's not only the song or elements of the song, it's elements of the video, too. So it's a pretty clear case.
How do you think you can do that and not get sued for that in this day and age?
The case is filed by surviving Beastie Boys members Adam Horovitz and Mike Diamond, along with the executor of the state of Adam Yauch. Yauch, in his will, by the way, specifically barred the use of his music in advertisements. I mean, like, they've never done it.
Do you remember they
I think they did like one time, if I remember correctly.
Well, I remember they had a lawsuit against a company that was marketing like children's stuff.
Yeah.
And they included one of the songs, and a riff on it. I don't think it was even the original recording, but they went after them full bore.
Well, if they've never done it or they rarely do it, do you think it's just like a thing where they don't know how to do it and they're like, well, let's just go ahead
This
with
is
it?
an
see what
ad
happens?
agency, though, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Chili's. They've been around the block. They
No, I
know
know,
a
but
thing or two about advertising.
If they don't,
They have baby back ribs.
if they don't use other people's music that often, then is somebody behind the scenes just going, well, let's just do it and see
What kills me, Kathy, though, is like on YouTube videos, if you have music for like 3 or 4 seconds, you're going to get dinged. If you're using copyrighted material, they're all over your ass.
Yeah.
The Beastie Boys, by the way, in 2014 won a $1.7 million settlement in a copyright violation against the maker of Monster Energy drink. Oh, yeah. Hang on a second. I think we might have an answer.
Oh, wait.
We don't need everything. I'm going to go to Jess because she is going to tell us what a fan of crinkle cut fries is called. Hi, Jess. Good morning.
Hi, Preston.
Hi. All right, Jess. So what do you call a fan of crinkle cut fries?
Crinkleista.
Crinklenista. Yes. Hang on a second, Jess. We'll set you up. We are going to give you tickets to see Third Eye Blind, the Summer Gods Tour with Yellow Card in Arizona, and that's tonight. Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets on sale via Ticketmaster. So there you go. We got a winner. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Marissa sent me this story. The Simpsons has once again predicted the future as Cypress Hill finally performed with the London Symphony Orchestra. The long-running Fox cartoon and the classic season 7 episode Homer Palooza, in a short scene, depicted the California rappers collaborating with the London Symphony Orchestra. A happy accident resulting from thinking that they may have booked the orchestra while high. We then all too briefly see Cypress Hill and the orchestra performing a classical version of Insane in the Brain. So on July 10th at London's prestigious Royal Albert Hall, life imitated art as Cypress Hill took the stage, backed by the full London
I'd love to
Symphony
hear
Orchestra.
a little bit of that.
Dressed in suits, the group performed the Black Sunday album, their second studio LP, which celebrated its 30th anniversary last year. The album, which was a huge commercial and critical success, topped the Billboard album charts in 1993 and has sold over 4 million copies in the U.S. alone. It has I Want to Get High, I Ain't Going Out Like That, When the S Goes Down, Lick a Shot, and, of course, Insane in the Brain with full orchestral accompaniment.
Jace found all the Simpsons predictions, and he was like going over them with me the other day.
really?
And he's like, I don't understand. How do they do this? I'm
Well,
like,
it's the benefit of also being on for how many decades?
Yeah.
Yep. Today, Evolve, the 16th studio album by Fish, has been released through the band's own JEMP
I can't believe
Records.
you're covering this.
What's that?
I can't believe you're covering this.
It's kind of a big deal.
It
Yeah,
is.
I mean,
It
they
is.
are an enormous touring band right now, Kathy. So.
And they were on the Tonight Show last night.
Yeah, they were on
apparently, right?
Fallon last night. They did something with Tiny Desk concerts. They're doing a ton of promotion. They won't answer my phone call, but they're out there promoting the hell out of this. But dude, 16 albums. That's a lot. That is a lot.
It is the first Fish album in 4 years following Sigma Oasis from 2020. And Evolve is the album's... are we playing it? Okay.
Well, this is a song called Life Saving Gun.
Okay. This is from the album?
Yes, it is.
So Evolve is the album's title track, was first played live by Fish in August 2021 and was released as its first single on April 11th. And Fish's summer tour starts in a week in Massachusetts. They'll hold their 4-day summer festival, Mondegreen, in Dover, Delaware, from August 15th to the 18th.
Are you going, Case, to Mondegreen?
If I can go, I got to pick one day of the weekend, and I kind of try because my best friend Jeff, he's moving his daughter into college. I'm moving my daughter into college. So we just, of a 4-day festival, we're going to try and get together for one of the days.
All right.
And then finally, this weekend, MMR rocks Journey, Def Leppard, and Steve Miller Band. Tuesday, July 23rd is when the show is taking place. But this weekend, it's your chance to win a row of tickets for you and 9 friends.
Awesome.
Pretty sweet deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
10 tickets total, all in a row, to enjoy this big outdoor summertime show. So listen this weekend for special musical triple plays. Each time we play a block featuring a song from each band, we're going to give you a keyword. You go to WMMR.com each time and enter the keyword on the contest page. Every keyword is another chance to win. Tickets are on sale now via MLB.com/Philly. So listen up for that this weekend. And that's it in music news. We will take a break, come back in a second, and wrap the whole thing up, getting ready to head into our weekend, your weekend, and maybe you win a prize on the way out. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history.
Okay. Of
course.
For 50.
All right, history for 50. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir. Wow! Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with. This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right.
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshamony's starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, or
Let's
you just
say a
gonna
name.
throw a name out there?
Say your name. Say your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, although I think he's a representative.
No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right
You're
now.
up by
Casey's at
90.
880.
All right, I'm gonna do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey. So no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go.
I got
This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
Was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from Pennsbury High School in Fairless Hills?
Is it Troy Vincent?
That's a good answer, and it's correct.
Wow.
Yes. In 1850, Delaware County's county seat moved to Media. Okay, Media is considered the county seat of Delaware. Where was it originally?
Chester.
He's right.
Yeah!
Chester was originally the county seat. All right, what category and what's the wager, Case?
Kath, I just want you to do well. All right, so I'm going to give you a whole bunch of points. We're going to wager 100 points on history.
History. This person was the founder of the religious school Log College and later the pastorate of Neshamony Warwick Presbyterian Church.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Is that a real answer? I'm curious.
Yes.
Yes? No, it was William Tennant.
William Tennant.
Mother, I knew it was. You know what? And somebody sent me not that information, but somebody sent me information about Log College.
That somebody did you a disservice.
Yeah, they did.
All right, that was William Tennant, a well-known name in Bucks County. 1,010 for Kathy, 930 for Casey.
So 80
It's an 80
points separates the two contenders.
Last question for Casey.
Oh my God! Last question.
Yeah. Can we just keep going for a little?
Well.
Oh wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so it's an 80-point difference. This is the last question. Is there a double jeopardy?
There's something else.
Okay. All right.
You look great today, Kath.
Go ahead, say the F word, Kath.
I know.
You want to say it so badly. We can dump it out.
The dulcet tones of Kathy Romano.
That's what Dennis hears around frisky time.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna do entertainment.
Okay. Entertainment.
for 10 points.
Wow. Okay. See, and this is where the strategy comes into play. Casey?
Yeah.
What's the Delco Dance Club that featured a spaceship and a dancing robot MC?
Listen, it's only worth 10 points, Captain. Pulsations.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, absolutely. What's the category and what's the wager?
We're going to go 70 points in history.
70 points in history. And I got to get to the history.
Right, Nick?
Yeah, man.
I didn't.
You play Jeopardy.
Yeah, I didn't do well in my SATs, but.
You even know how to wager.
History. What Bucksco town was named after George Washington's famous crossing of the Delaware River to take Trenton by surprise in the Revolutionary War?
Washington Crossing.
She got it right. That's exactly correct. Yes.
I got pulsations. You get that. That's fair enough.
All right. So, what is the score here at the end of round 2?
Kathy with 1,080. Casey with 940.
I need the screen, please. For this, we're going to do something now. A few years ago, we had somebody call up on the phone, and we're going to do the same thing. This time, we are calling this, I don't know who's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
The category of I don't know who's on the phone is local businesses. Local businesses. So write down your wager now. Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Wagers are in, and we're playing I don't know who's on the phone. Local businesses, the category, and we have our caller on the line. Good morning. Can you hear me, sir?
Good morning. I can hear you.
All right. Would you please present your question for our contestants?
Good morning. My name is Bill. I'm vice president of a local company. We were established in South Philadelphia in 1891. We are headquartered in Malvern, Pennsylvania, and we have 11 locations in Delaware County and 7 in Bucks County. One of your show members currently endorses our company. What is the name of the company I work for?
Okay. Marissa just handed me a note that says it's over.
It is over.
And
that's not fair.
And I shook my head. And I said, no, it won't be because more bitching is going to happen.
No,
It is.
you know why
After
it's
we
not
get
over?
the answer.
Because tonight you're going to wake up screaming, and you'll be reliving it over and over again.
Okay, so do we ask for their answers first, or do I ask our caller on the line what the answer is?
I think what you do is you go to the answers and then,
right. Yeah.
And then I do the Alex Trebek. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's go, and then we'll have our caller on the line to hang on just a moment. So, Kathy, you were in the lead, and that means you get to go first, I believe, is how that works. So, Kathy, what is your answer?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts, and that is incorrect. I'm sorry. What is your wager, please?
300 points.
300 points. And Nick, what does that total bring her to?
780 points for Kathy Romano.
Casey?
I really could have done a number on myself here, but I blame my brother if I get this wrong, because my brother's philosophy is go big or go home. Okay? My answer is Horizon.
Horizon. That is also incorrect. And your wager?
940 points.
Oh, my goodness. Let me go to our caller. Bill, can you tell these people what company you work for, please?
I work for Acme Markets.
The official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. Casey,
Kathy wins!
Kathy wins! Oh, my God! Oh, my freaking God! A Bucksco. Morning with Preston and Steve Show. Getting ready to wrap things up. Fun week this week.
It has been.
Yeah, we had such a good time at Dorney yesterday. We kept talking about it amongst ourselves afterwards and how much fun that whole day was.
I was so happy when we talked last night to find out that you guys were wiped out yesterday as well.
Yes,
because I was wiped out yesterday.
Absolutely.
And to hear that you guys were feeling the same, I'm like, okay, it wasn't just me.
It was it was the first time we'd done something, so it's kind of an alien situation. But they could not have made it more comfortable. Pierre obviously has been doing it, has done it for years, but it was new for us doing a live broadcast. But I loved it.
Yeah, it was a blast. I would like to thank, and today was a lot of fun too. I want to thank Jaime Blackburn for being here. The 7th annual Dining Out for the Dogs event is on Tuesday, and you're going to want to be inside anyway. It's going to be like 1,000 degrees, so go to a wonderful, cool, comfy restaurant.
Yes.
And help raise some funds for a much-needed occasion, Alpha Bravo Canine. Of course, they pay for all the training for these dogs to help out people who have had PTSD and so on for these service dogs.
And you can go to whitedog.com or go to PrestonandSteve.com and get the information. And a variety of personalities from our radio stations are going to be at each location. And it starts 5 o'clock. Great food, great cause. Why not?
Got your Nickelback tickets?
Got your Nickelback tickets. Thank you to Andy MacDonald.
Yes.
Who is a professional skateboarder, is one of the best in the business. And he is in the Olympics, and he is going to be skating for Team Great Britain. His father is English. He has dual citizenship. And he explained it clearly why he's skating for Team Great Britain. He was like, I would have no chance to be on Team USA because of all of the people that skateboard, all the amazing skateboarders in our huge country versus the UK.
And he said that in the UK, the skateboard community is about 15 years back as far as developing and places to go and do it.
Yep. So it was cool to talk to him. The men's park prelims and finals are taking place on August 7th in Paris. And then our good friend Michael Giacchino was on the show. He's got a new album, and it is he's got a new single from the album, too. It's called LAX, and it's these really cool takes on the themes that he's written throughout his career, but gives kind of an islandy, cool cocktail party or on the beach vibe.
I love that sound. I do.
And we always have a great conversation.
Yeah, he's terrific.
He's a fanboy just like us, so that's great. And Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man.
Some bitch. I ran into Michael at Burning Man last year.
He was telling us.
I mentioned it to him.
Yeah.
Did you hear that at the end?
I did.
Nice.
Amidst the wreckage, I clomped over to where he said he was going to be through the mud, and they were breaking down the tent. I said, is Michael Giacchino here? They go, yeah, he's the one leaning over, fixing that tent that's falling over. All right. So we had a nice chat.
Yeah.
God, it seems like that was not that long ago. It seems
it's
like
coming up on a year.
Yeah. But it seems like 4 years ago.
I aged a few years.
Yeah. We were getting like we now go to out in the middle of nowhere, Pierre Robert. I mean, it was, and we didn't know if we could communicate, and you didn't know if you could communicate, and it was. But you are a part of a legendary story.
So I got that going for me.
Yeah, at least you have that.
Which is nice. I was not able to get the full call through until the call I made to you guys, which was when we had cleared after 7 hours to go 4 or 5 miles to get out of there onto the main road, onto the main 2-lane road through the little town of Bum F, and the strange gas station with only 2 pumps, and the service bays are open, but they have couches in the service bays instead. I mean, it's like
there you go.
It's an alternate world.
Yeah,
but there you go.
They said, "Oh, we hope Pierre gives it another shot." You're never going back, are you?
No, I would go back.
Oh, you would?
Yeah, I would go back. But my friend that did all the camp, he's a camper, and he got everything ready. He is scarred.
He's never going back.
And he will not go back. So I would have to join a camp already in progress, and I don't know if they would have me. So
and a good one too.
Yeah.
You need a good one.
By the way, young lady, your scream.
Yeah.
What scream?
What do you mean? Which one?
Wait, what scream are you talking about?
We're not even moving.
There was the first laugh, by the way. Hey,
I'm back to screaming.
The video that Sean, I guess, set up is so good because it captures the whole ride, and it looks like on the video that your eyes are closed for the entire ride. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Well, I kept them open specifically for that first dangling drop because I knew that was what was gonna, what I had to see. I did probably close my eyes for some of it, but I had it open when Casey yelled, "We're not moving."
That was the best
because
line
my eyes
of all.
were open.
We're not even moving.
Such a priceless line, screaming it. We're not even moving. Priceless, just priceless.
Excellent. It was fun. We had a good time.
And I think your scream could have broken glass in a few counties away.
Pierre, I kept saying to them because it was headphones with a microphone, and they're like, "Well, just move it away from your mouth." I'm like, "It is as far away from my mouth as going to go." I'm like, "I'm telling you, that I'm going to scream." And they're like, "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay." I think I blew Preston's eardrums out.
Wow.
You'll always have that.
Yeah.
Always have that.
I hate it. Oh, my.
All right, how about we get the letter of the day then? Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
S as in scream, you sumbitch.
All right, we'll take caller number 6 at 215-263-WMMR and see if you happen to know what the word of the week is. You should have 4 letters now. What are you doing on today's program then?
I don't know.
Okay.
No, I'll have...
It's Improv Friday.
Yeah, we'll have blocks of the Hooters. That show just went on sale, both those shows, for November 1st and 2nd. At the Keswick Theater. We've got Block of the Grateful Dead. Their music will be played at the beach tomorrow for Peach at the Beach, and another pair of tickets to give away for that in Atlantic City. And I've got tickets for the Pretender. I don't have tickets for the Pretenders. I'm sorry. I have a block of the Pretenders to play because the Pretenders will be in town at the Fillmore on Sunday.
Excellent.
Great band.
Yeah.
Do you have any tickets for that show?
I don't. No, sadly I don't, and I never said I did.
Okay.
No, not at
The
all.
tape was rewound.
All right, we will see if caller number 6 knows what the word is, and I'm going to Rich, who happens to be the 6th caller. Hi, Rich. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
It's all right, Rich. Do you know what our word of the week is? Word of the week is?
That would be fins.
Great day in the morning.
There it is, Rich. You get yourself a pair of tickets, dinner, and hotel accommodations for the night to see the Impractical Jokers tomorrow at Ovation Hall at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, buddy.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Sorry, Pierre, I had to say it.
Oh, awesome. Nice. The word that's not allowed in
Well, it's
Studio
not that it's
4F.
not allowed. It's
Hang
just
on. You can think of more creative things to say than that.
Well, it's after concerts. It's the first word that comes to many people's mind. It's sometimes a little overused if you hear it over and over again. But it's an awesome word to use, of course, but it can be overused.
All right, Rich, we are going to take care of you. And don't forget, some tickets remain for both shows that night, 6 and 9:30 p.m. available via theoceanac.com. We'll take this moment to thank our sponsors, and the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Trinity Rehab locations all over trinity-rehab.com. Next week on our program, just a couple things to mention for now. We will have actor Brandon Perea,
Yes.
who is from the movie Twisters.
Interesting.
On the show.
Yeah.
And also Lisa Ann Walter.
She's back.
She's such a great guest.
Yeah.
She will be in our studio. So we'll have those things and more. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great weekend. We'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.